And I miss Prince.
Carrie?
Gina.
Because on this day.
In 1984, Prince started a 24-week run at the top of the U.S. album charts with the soundtrack album Purple Rain. Let's go.
And that song featured.
Yeah,
in that not very good movie.
You shut up.
The movie parts were not good.
The Morris Day stuff is good.
The performance stuff is good. If it was a Prince concert movie, I'd be with
Which
you.
it mostly is. The Morris Day stuff is funny.
Sorry, it's just, that acting powerhouse of Prince and Apollonia. They're just, there's so much going on there.
No,
I mean,
there's not. Really. I miss Prince.
I miss him musically, yes.
Do you know oh, by the way, we should.
Yeah. Is this, are we
Well,
official?
yeah, because...
Amy, I don't know if you're familiar with this part of the show, but this is...
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Amy, I don't know if you hear
Hello?
this
Yes.
morning. Amy Donaldson is with us today.
Yeah, I didn't know when I get to add my 2 cents.
Whenever you
Yeah,
want.
whenever I want.
Just jump in.
Because you're Bill today, which means you just talk whenever you want over anybody else
I
that's
forgot
here.
I was Bill. I see. Last time you guys invited me to sit here for 4 hours, I was Gina.
You were Gina
So my
last
goal
time.
was to annoy Bill. So, and I did it really well.
You did.
I even got him to sigh within the first hour.
Yeah, Bill's having the second of 3 eyes he's getting cataract surgery on today.
It's the third eye is the most important.
Yes. Well, that's, or the other. Depends on how you look at it.
Oh, I only look at it one way.
Okay.
Can you see inside,
Yes.
Gina?
Yeah, but I regret to inform you that I have never seen Prince in concert. The opportunities
I beat you there.
I had to see Prince, for some reason,
I've seen Prince in concert,
See?
and I've been to I can count on both hands all the concerts I've been to, Gina.
Really? You haven't been to that many shows?
I'm not really a concert person.
Really?
Yeah. I have to be, and maybe it's because I'm not really a huge fan. Like I am a huge Prince fan. But I don't, there's not that many people that I think I want to go and stand in sweaty crowds with.
Oh, I see.
If it's for a roller coaster, yes. If it's for music, I'd rather put on my headset and do my own thing. So,
Really?
yeah.
you'd rather stand in line for a roller coaster than
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, but I have seen Brooks and Dunn live. You just say, good concert. The Chicks, the best concert I've been to.
The Chicks.
Yeah.
Because it's not the Dixie
Not
Chicks.
the It was the Dixie Chicks when I went. And I still have my Dixie Chicks for President shirt.
Well, then you did see
Right.
the Dixie Chicks.
Well,
Yeah.
I've seen them twice
Mm-hmm.
when they were the Dixie. Well, both times they were, but they actually sang a Prince song.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Which one?
And they also sang Lemonade by Beyonce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They go off script. There's a few country artists who will do that.
Stephanie makes a good point.
What's that?
Amy, if you're going to be Bill today, you really should be angry that we played that song and tell us all the reasons it's a terrible song, and anybody that likes that song has poor taste in music.
Okay, well, in the spirit of Bill, my headphones were too loud.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's
And it
'cause
hurt
you're
my
using-
ears.
You're using Bill's headphones.
Yeah,
that's why.
and he needs to get the ears checked
Yeah.
along with the eyes.
Did you turn them
because-
down? Did you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I
good.
couldn't. I would have cried if I had left them at the levels they were
Yeah,
on.
you-
So there's
yeah.
my complaint. I'm sorry. Believe me, I'm going to channel Bill for things that must go. I promise.
Now, see, we have
And maybe a little bit in the news.
we have speakers here in the studio. Now, what happens when you turn the mic on, the speakers go off.
Okay.
That's so that you don't get the feedback. But when we're doing stuff between commercials and songs and everything, then the speakers are on in here because the microphones are off. And I never have to have the speakers up above us on because I can hear everything that's being played through Bill's headphones that are just sitting right over there.
I believe
They're a
this.
monitor.
I can do mixes, I can do drops all through that big monitor
Yeah.
that is right there.
I'm not going to lie. It was actually painful. I'm
Yeah.
like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Where's the knob?
Well,
And
it's many, many years of wearing headphones and listening to them too loud.
and probably going to concerts.
And concerts.
A lot
And
more
concerts.
concerts than I've been to.
And concerts, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, every
What's your
time-
first concert? Somebody asked this question. What's the first concert you ever went to?
Rick Springfield.
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
This is a good one. Much better than mine.
Mine was the Pointer Sisters with my dad.
Pointer
That's a
Sisters.
good
With
one.
my dad.
That's
yeah.
a great one.
And I was happy to go. It was not happy to be with my dad because it was kind of lame.
Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was fun. Yeah.
I was in junior high,
Mhm.
and we saw the Village People. We didn't know. We didn't know.
You lie.
You
we
did.
just thought that
you
they
didn't
were.
know you knew.
I was in junior high. They were.
You
just,
knew.
They
You
were,
didn't know you knew.
They were in jaunty costumes.
You didn't know that they were wonderful entertainers.
We got to the
Carrie.
show. So many people were nice to us.
Listen, don't worry. I
No.
don't think President Trump knew either.
I don't think so. I don't think
when he used the
Yeah.
YMCA in his campaign stuff. So
What a show, though. I mean, they
I'm sure.
they had the top of an aircraft carrier on the stage to do
Wow,
in the
really?
Navy.
oh,
and
I wish I
and there
had
were
seen them.
those big guns, you
Yeah.
know, and guys were straddling those guns, and
I didn't
I
know-
thought it was just a show.
It
they're-
is just a show. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's Las Vegas. It's no women on the stage. I
No,
don't know.
not a one anywhere.
No.
You didn't even miss them. You were in junior high.
Well, I relayed all of this to the two guys that I was with. Obviously, they felt the same way, and then I relay this later, and they say, "Oh, okay."
now we
well.
know.
And then there was a sketch on Saturday Night Live where Paul Schaefer did his. What was the name of the rock show host that he did?
The rock show host.
Hi, and they did a rock show about the Village People, and he said in the beginning of it, it says, "The Village People climbing to success in the 70s because nobody knew about their homosexual underlying message," or something like that. It was something along those lines. I'm like,
Now people love them because of that.
and now people
Not
embrace
as-
them because of
Yes.
that.
Also, you can't listen to that music and not dance.
It's-
Exactly.
So that's it right there.
No, I went back and rediscovered all of that type of music, all that old stuff that I was told to hate when I was a
No,
kid.
it's
you know.
good.
I was never told to hate it because it was played at every basketball game and hockey game and every sporting event I went to.
Gina, me too. Weber State in the early 80s? Yes. Rick Springfield.
Rick Springfield.
Rick Springfield has a show on Sirius. He does a radio show, and he sounds really old.
Rick does?
Yeah.
Is it the
Because
teeth?
he
It is.
The teeth are too big, aren't they?
Yeah. How did you know?
Because that's what happens.
They get their teeth redone.
They get their teeth redone and
and
they're
then
too big. Because it's like with boob jobs. The dentist gets overexcited. He says,
He wants him to look really, really
because
good.
you want to have a great big smile,
Yeah.
right? Well, big teeth clearly are the answer. You go into to get the boob job done. This is we want this size. This is it. This is what we
No,
want.
while we're in there,
and
we
then
should-
and then she
yeah.
wakes up and goes, I threw in a few extra
Yeah, just-
CCs in there just for you. You know.
We want you to stand out. We want you to really love it.
Yeah.
We want people to know.
But it's
notice the difference.
But it's the same with the veneers and the fake teeth.
I'm going to look up a current picture of
They
Rick
make them too
Springfield.
big because they want you to have a nice smile, but they don't think, well, that affects the way you speak. So you sound like a Ferengi, you know,
'Cause it's-
because they
yeah.
got the fake teeth when they're
Is that
playing.
why Nancy Pelosi has that little
Yes,
these sounds?
she's got that little
Yeah.
bit.
Carrie, look. Come look. You're
All right.
absolutely right.
No, it's true.
Look.
It's absolutely
Yes.
true. No.
His teeth are too big.
And I point you to Howard Stern. At least he learned to speak through it because he got like some speech therapy to work his way through it. But most people don't think that far.
He maybe had a friend who told him. Dude,
Stern, when he got his teeth done for the first few months, it was just obvious. And then
I didn't. Can I tell you? I didn't know people got their teeth done. I did
Yeah.
not know this was a thing.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
'Cause
I just thought it's inevitable. You're gonna sound like that when you get older.
No,
You're also
it's-
gonna cry over everything.
well, there's that. That is true. But the teeth part, no, that's not.
It's not inevitable. Okay.
Oh, bad teeth, Rick Springfield.
Just
Oh.
go with regular size. Don't try to be, the
No.
Mask or the Cheshire Cat or put your favorite pop culture smiley reference here. It's.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Okay, let's get going. Check-ins if you've a mind to. Maybe you'd like to speak to Amy Donaldson.
You know what you can't do on a podcast? Call in and then have your voice immediately heard on radios
the world.
and speakers around the world. It doesn't happen on a podcast.
No.
Instantaneous on radio. 877-602-9696. That's where that can happen.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break, and we will be back with your check-ins. A big show today. We got Things That Must Go. We got Dr. Cobble. So you can call in and talk about the Delta variant, all the greats. And we're giving away tickets as well. Stand by for all of that. Concert tickets on the way. Manscaped.com. Now, because astronauts are all the rage,
Yes.
the folks at Manscaped sent me some new copy.
Astronaut-themed copy?
Attention, listeners across the galaxy. All the way from Australia to Houston, do we have a problem? They're talking about your hair.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to read any of
Why
that.
don't you just tell them how you use Manscaped
the Manscaped, especially this trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer. See, it says here, the spaceship is here to guide you on a journey to... No, I'm not going to do that. I just use it every morning, just a quick zip. You just keep
Tidy
it clean
up.
all the time, tidy up. And it's not just for down there, it's for all over there and around here.
Up there, too?
Up here as well.
Oh, I didn't know.
And you can use it on your face. I mean, it's just a hair trimmer.
Yeah.
It doesn't discriminate against anything except hair, no matter where. All right. So check out the Lawnmower 4.0. Has a 4000K LED spotlight, which is also helpful. The Performance Package 4.0 includes the Weed Whacker, which is a nose and hair trimmer. Go take a look at the stuff on their website, manscaped.com, and you'll get 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. Okay, it's 6:23 right now.
I know we're going to start the show and all that, but
Yeah.
I'm upset.
What did I do?
No, you didn't do anything.
All right.
I buy a big 24-pack of Diet Coke.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
No.
I thought you'd bring this on Must Go, but if you're
And
bringing it now.
it just happened, and I might forget it by then.
Okay. 'Cause this is some BS right here.
So when we first came back in the studio, I brought it, and there's a little fridge in the back, and I put a couple in there to keep them cold. And somebody started taking them. Now I think, well, maybe they think this is just for whomever, that these are just available. So I started a new thing where I would take one out and put one in. So there was only one Diet Coke in there at a time. Like,
Okay.
wouldn't you think most people wouldn't take the last Diet Coke? Like, if there's a few in there, you'll take one. But are you going to take...
I don't know what offices you've been working in, but
sure.
I know, I see the flaw with this plan.
Yeah. She's too trusting.
You believe in people's goodness.
Yeah.
And their generosity. That
Yeah.
they would say, oh, no, someone put that in there.
Yeah.
It's the last one.
Because
I'm
I
not
would
gonna
never
take
take the last one of something.
I know. That's your problem. You think everyone is like you, and they're not. I mean, if I was taking drinks or anything on a regular basis, wouldn't you contribute to it?
Sure.
Like, oh,
You'd
there's
think.
some Cokes. Maybe I'll bring some stuff and we
Yeah.
can share.
No.
Like, I take Perrier water and put it in the fridge at KSL, and I tell people you can share it, like, and we can add. And then
Yeah.
someday if there's like a Coke in there and I want a Coke instead of Perrier, I'll have that. But yeah, people are considerate. So,
It could have been a Musco. Musco's coming up.
Well,
rudeness must go across the board.
that
is the theme for the.
you put your name on it. You gotta
I
take
guess.
a Post-it note
I
and put your
guess.
name on
You
it.
don't want to go back to college. These are Amy's. Eat them and
Yeah.
die.
Yeah, exactly.
I have poisoned this.
I thought we were adults here, but I guess we're not.
Listen, it works, and I know this. You know why?
Why?
I've had this is true. I've had the same stapler for 20 years. Not kidding.
Because you put...
Go to my desk right now and look at the label on it. The label says this stapler belongs to Kerry Jackson and is for his use exclusively.
And you've had that stapler
And I've
for...
had that stapler for 20 years.
Okay.
I would argue a Diet Coke is more valuable than a stapler, but
It's a really
that's just
nice
me.
swing line. It's not red or anything, but it's really nice.
Well, the moon is a waning crescent moon, 16% of full. And today is Wednesday, the 4th day of August, in the year of our Lord, 2021. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred getting a cataract taken off of... They take the whole lens off, don't they? They don't just take the cataract off. They take the whole...
They surgically remove the lens.
Mm.
It just they take a laser and it goes around it, and then they just
La, la, la.
Yeah.
take it right off. No pain. No
Nothing.
pain at all. And then
Okay.
they take it's like a contact lens, and then they place it. I had this happen to me.
I need a bag.
And then they place it back on, and they fasten it on somehow. I didn't ask. But and then you wake up and you're like, oh, that's what it's like to see. What a refreshing, wonderful thing. You know.
So Bill's having that today.
Yes.
And so in helping us out, we have our good friend Amy Donaldson. Is here.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you for helping out, Amy.
And we're going to spend some time, for those of you that don't know Amy, getting to know Amy at 7 o'clock.
Yes.
Today is National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day.
Ooh.
It is also Barack Obama's birthday, which, why are we at work today if it's Barack Obama's birthday?
I'm surprised that it's not in your contract. You know, maybe you should put that in your contract.
I get Barack Obama's birthday off?
I've heard stranger things. I know of one radio guy on the East Coast who had Elvis's birthday off.
Really?
It was in his he insisted it be in his contract.
It's also National White Wine Day.
Oh, my favorite.
White wine.
I don't discriminate. It's a blend,
Okay, all right.
which means whatever's left, you just pour it all in the same
Oh, I
glass.
see what you're talking about.
It's a blend.
And let's see, should we celebrate anything else today? No, looks like that's
Is that
about
good?
it. Yeah.
Let's see. Ron the Carpenter checking in. Somebody says we're not streaming live. Is that correct? Are we having some issues with the video? Yep. Looks like
Katie says refresh.
refresh and the video returns. It's x96.com/live.
Katie's been
There we go.
doing extra stuff to help get Amy. Bill turns all of his things off, so we've had to turn them all back on today so Amy can use his computer. And such.
Yes.
Let's see. Oh, quarter flash open for your first concert.
Rick Springfield?
Rick Springfield?
Yes. Harden my heart. I'm going to swallow my tears.
The one hit.
I'm going to turn and leave you here.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see. I've got a crash southbound US 89. This is in Farmington at the I-15 junction. The right lane's being affected there. And that's the only accident UDOT is telling me about. What are you telling me about? If it's safe for you to text in, you can send that 33986. For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back right after this. Amy's going to help with big boy news and opinioendo. And then we got things that must go. All in the same break. Stand by. All right. Let's see. In this break, we have things that must go coming up.
You can still email us those.
Oh, yeah?
If you've thought of something right now.
Oh, did I get some? Oh, there
Someone
they are.
stole your Diet Coke.
Exactly.
Send us an email.
Maybe that's it.
RadioFromHell@x96.com.
But first, before that, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service and selection of vehicles. See the selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton. So Amy and I are gonna help each
Tag
other
team.
with
Tag
the.
team the news.
So
I
I'll
love
start.
it.
I'll start. How about?
Okay. And we're doing sports at the end.
Yes.
Right? Okay, because I want to save my sports.
Okay.
Very angry sports
Always
guy.
save your sports.
Okay.
Utah hospitals are being stretched to the breaking point as a result of the latest surge in COVID-19 patients. There's nothing left in reserve to save the day, the president of the Utah Hospital Association warned Tuesday. Quote, the Delta variant is highly contagious and spreading rapidly, said Governor Spencer Cox. As a result, our hospital ICUs are filling up and our healthcare workers are feeling the strain. This is the thing that I learned yesterday. So the numbers are bad. They're worse than this time last year. And part of the problem is we have fewer healthcare workers now
Yeah.
than we had last year.
Yep.
So the problem is the same. The need is the same. We don't have when they say, oh, we only have so many beds in the ICU, they're not talking about actual beds.
They have to be staffed. Somebody has to take care of those
Yeah.
patients. And I think it's a pretty big difference. Like it goes from, if you have 82% full, which is I think what we're at now, then it's like 60-something% that could be fully staffed.
The healthcare workers have quit. They're burned out.
They're traumatized.
yeah.
I interviewed healthcare workers last year when I was covering this for the Deseret News, and it was there are a lot of healthcare workers who are going to be having PTSD and emotional struggles for years. Watching people die is traumatic. Even if it's, you're working in hospice. You can't. And when you're talking about one incident was 19 deaths in a day. That's not anything any healthcare worker in the U.S. is used to.
I can't imagine. I'm not strong enough to do that.
No.
I really am not.
And some of these, some of these people were dying alone. You were the only link between them and their families. People were saying goodbye through. I read these stories and I feel, so sad I can barely function. Imagine being there and be responsible for their final. Sometimes the healthcare worker is the only person.
Sure.
There, they're holding their hands. There's homeless people who've passed away. It's sad.
During this past weekend, 28 Utah patients who needed intensive care were instead placed in regular hospital beds because there wasn't room. That's the other thing. People are still getting in car accidents, heart attacks, all the things that usually are filling up those ICU beds. Those are still happening.
Yeah, it's I don't understand the resistance to believing it. I know people who say it's not. They don't believe it. So they think their friends and family who work in healthcare are exaggerating, I guess.
Well, coming up in the boners, we'll see
Somebody else?
We'll see some of that happening. Amy,
So along those lines, high risk. I read this story this morning. The high risk families were asking a Utah County official for a mask mandate. This is Amelia Powers Gardner.
This is my boner candidate.
Okay,
you can do it now because we'll do it next hour.
She turned to I saw this actual message on Facebook soliciting anti-mask advocates to oppose them, to send her emails, to send. The Salt Lake commissioners, Board of Health members, and the school board members are getting dozens of emails begging them to impose mask mandates for schools. Commissioner Amelia Powers Gardner posted on Facebook in a group called Utah Mask-Free Businesses. Now, Ms. Powers Gardner says she has a child who has a speech issue, and masks are difficult. I know people whose kids are hearing impaired and they have to have those clear masks, but they value the safety of their children and other children enough to go ahead and try to find clear masks and work around something like that. But she asked for them, she got them. They overwhelmed the Utah County Commission, and that led to what to me is the most disturbing revelation. That is the Utah County Health Department saying that they are unlikely to issue any kind of mask mandate because the commissioners wouldn't approve it. And I say, I'll reiterate what I've said a million times in my private life. Why is this have anything to do with what politicians will or won't do? Why isn't it just what this is what
a health issue?
To me, it's like when you go to the doctor and your health insurance company says this is what we'll pay for.
Well,
right?
What does the doctor say you need?
The question is, what do I need medically? Right?
Yeah.
The question for the health departments in any community is, what is the best course of action? What will keep us safest? What will contain or control or mitigate the spread of this disease? That's the question before you, and that's what your responsibility is. What politicians do with it, what people do with it, that's a totally different issue. It's mad.
Listen, Bob, I always wanted to play down. I always wanted to play it down, Bob.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want the information. If the politicians don't do it, maybe we can put pressure on them. I want more information, I want them to do what they feel is medically the right thing to do, or give the right advice, not, well, you wouldn't do it anyway. What if you parented that way? Well, you won't do it anyway, so just, go get drunk with your friends.
I know a lot of parents who did that.
And how did that work out?
Didn't turn out well. Yeah. But they're so afraid of here's the thing. They keep saying, but I've got all of these people who are telling me no on the masks, no on the masks. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, we're asking you to kind of use your brain, and facts are facts, and science is science, and it's unbiased. Secondly, that's not all of your constituents. No. That is a very well-organized, very small number of people in your constituency.
How is this different than every school that has the policy that they're a peanut-free zone?
Yeah.
There are no peanuts here because we have a couple of kids that are deathly allergic to peanuts, and everybody's like, well, my kid likes peanut butter sandwiches, but okay, I won't send them to school with the peanut. And you're fine with that.
How is it different?
It is not.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that will impact other people. How is it different than, I'm old enough to remember when seatbelts were became a requirement, and even helmets on motorcycles, right? This debate about my freedom versus, this thing that would keep people safer. And part of what the argument for seatbelts was, this is hard on rescue workers to come upon an accident and see carnage, to see people ejected, to see people dismembered because they got, cut up by the glass or the windshield. So that's why we do these things, right? Also, it's good for you, and it keeps you alive, and it keeps your kids alive. But that it's the same sort of debate in my mind. And I didn't hear health professionals then saying, well, you won't stop smoking, so we're just not going to tell you that it's dangerous for you. No, they told you this is bad. You should stop doing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is all bad, but what the real danger we're facing is the danger from icebergs. That's the real danger.
Pardon?
Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. This is where Dolly Parton's from, isn't it? Pigeon Forge. The iceberg wall at the Titanic Museum attraction in Tennessee collapsed and injured 3 guests, the museum owner said. Those harmed were taken to the hospital with unspecified injuries. Needless to say, we wouldn't have expected an incident like this to occur, and the safety of our guests and crew members is always at the top of mind. You didn't expect an iceberg to be dangerous? The ship-shaped museum, it's in ship shape, and a ship-shaped museum closed after the collapse, but reopened for those with tickets on Tuesday. The owner said the affected area had been blocked off. They estimate it will take 4 weeks for the iceberg wall to be rebuilt. The Pigeon Forge Police Department said in a statement that the collapse appears to be accidental. It wasn't on purpose. Why would they say that?
It's global warming. It's global warming. Climate change.
So here's what happens at the Titanic Museum.
Okay.
You should expect bad things to happen.
Well, yes.
Everything
I don't go expecting a good time.
Guests receive boarding passes containing the names of actual passengers or crew members who were aboard the British
right
passenger
away.
liner.
A bummer. Right away.
Skip to the end of your
it's a dead person.
your paperwork and see if you lived or died.
Yes.
Visitors can see more than 400 Titanic artifacts, shovel coal in the boiler room, and feel the 28-degree water through self-guided tours. You should expect to be injured in this museum.
Listen, does Billy Zane show up?
I would.
And does he
go.
try to take my seat? Because I'll give him my seat.
I would go. Speaking of giving your seat, here's trouble on an airline not related to masks. Carrie? This is.
No.
It's related to groping.
Oh no, that's a boner can.
Is that a different
Oh,
one?
it's
Okay.
Different.
a different one?
It's a different one.
All right.
A
There's so
wild,
many.
a wild fist fight broke out between two passengers on an American Airlines flight over a reclined seat that got stuck.
Oh, I hate that.
Two men trading blows. There's video of this, by the way, in a cramped cabin as other travelers look on, beg them to stop during Sunday's trip from New Orleans to Austin, Texas.
Because punching each other will fix it. You idiots.
Footage shows one man wagging his finger in the face of another passenger before he punches the man, and another person tries to stand between them. Two men then pummel the passenger, who appeared to throw the first blow, sending them into another row of seats as everyone on the plane is screaming for the unhinged melee to stop. Stop it, stop it, passengers are screaming. Don't hit me, one woman yelled. The man who tried to separate the pair then punched another passenger in the back several times. The violent confrontation continues for 44 seconds in the clip.
They're going to have to start letting us carry mace. I'm sorry, because if this is happening, I'm spraying everyone.
A witness said the two men had started harassing each other over a stuck seat. Okay,
Again.
so it's stuck. It's broken.
Okay,
That's
it's
nobody's
yeah,
fault.
Yeah.
It's
I didn't do this. You didn't do this.
Well, you reclined, Carrie.
I didn't know.
And I didn't know this. that
I
it's
was
bad
under
form
the
to
assumption.
recline.
You know,
Yeah, that you get 2 inches of recline. No.
Yeah.
No, it's rude now.
sports?
Well, look, can I just read one more news story?
Sure.
New study, Governor Cox plans to light a fire unemployed Utahns by nixing benefits is merely smoldering. So this story by my friend from the Deseret News, Art Raymond, says this idea that we would, Governor Cox actually hoped to compel more strident job search efforts among jobless Utahns when deciding to suspend pandemic-related federal unemployment insurance benefits on June 26, more than 2 months ahead of their scheduled expiration. So he thought by cutting the extra benefit that people who lost their jobs during the pandemic or due to the pandemic, that would kind of spur this idea that you go out, because everybody's hiring. If you haven't noticed, everywhere you go, there's job. We're hiring. We'll give you free meals to interview.
Signing bonus.
Yeah. So, but data from a new study done by the University of Utah's David Eckel School of Business, it sampled both business owners and out-of-work Utahns, including 500 households. And guess what? It's not a single. They're not. That's not helping.
That's not why people aren't going to work.
Yeah. That was the most interesting data point that they presented was that this had no impact. This eliminated the benefits. It had no impact on whether or not they went out and tried to get a new job, or whether or not they were willing to take a job that would pay them less money than they had been making.
I've been saying that for months, but I'm just a dumb DJ, so nobody listens to me.
Well, now you have a study to back you up.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Okay. Sports is going to be angry today. Everyone, I think we talked about it on when I came in and did this sports. When Sedona Price, an Oregon basketball player, showed the difference between. So this year, the men's and women's NCAA Final Four were at the same site in different bubbles because of COVID. And so this doesn't normally happen. We normally don't have these kind of side-by-side comparisons of these two tournaments.
But how lucky that we had.
Oh, how lucky we were this year, because this very astute basketball player showed the workout facility for women, which was one set of dumbbells and some bands, some resistance bands, and a bunch of yoga mats. Meanwhile, the men had the state-of-the-art facilities that looked like an NFL team worked out there.
And if this had not been a viral TikTok video,
there's no investigation.
Yeah, exactly.
So what happens? It sparks this outrage, and a bunch of other players say, "Oh yeah, you think that's bad? Look at this," and they start tweeting out the difference in the facilities, the difference in the swag the players get, the difference in their medical, the way they were COVID tested. It was better for men than women. They used cheaper tests. They tested less often for women, and so these side-by-side comparisons prompt a bunch of outrage, and so the NCAA had no choice but to hire this outside law firm to investigate. Well, they released their report yesterday, and shocking surprise, that prioritizing Division I men's basketball over everything else has caused massive inequities. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here. They haven't done this part of this study. Was very focused on just men's and women's tournaments. That's it. So it doesn't look at all the rest of the league play or any of the other things, right? Recruiting or
Yeah.
coaches' salaries, none of that stuff. So, but it was a scorching report, and one of the things it called for is a change in leadership. And if that doesn't happen, none of this will sit on a shelf and collect dust.
And you can read about that where?
Well, you can read about it almost anywhere, but ESPN, Associated Press. I tweeted out.
Yeah, that's
couple
what
of
we were
articles.
trying to get you to give your
trying to-
Twitter.
The Athletic. Oh, AD on Sports.
There
The default is.
You can go to AD on
There
Sports,
you
and
go.
I've
All right.
tweeted out all kinds of angry sports.
Weather, traffic.
Let's see, we're done with the rain, so we might have a little smoke today, though, unfortunately. 93 for a high today. And traffic, crash eastbound I-84 at the mouth of Weber Canyon, and a crash southbound US 89, I-15 junction in Farmington. That is off to the right lane. If you see something, you can send it to us, 33986. Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See the selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge JeepRam.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Things that must go now, brought to you by.
For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you. What's bugging you? Email us and tell us, and we will make them go away magically by reading them on the air. radiofromhell at x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. I'll go first.
Hey.
If there's Diet Coke in the fridge and you did not purchase said Diet Coke, it's not your Diet Coke.
Don't consume it.
It's mine. Having to drink a warm one today because I hid it under my desk because I can't put it in the fridge because someone will take it. This from Emily. Going to open a packet of foam earplugs, and there's only one in the package.
Oh.
I just checked. I still have 2 ears. I haven't Van Gogh'd anything. Let's see. This is from, please don't use my name. Every legislator and state elected official posting pictures that they were at the Garth Brooks concert.
Oh, great.
Apparently you aren't a legislator if you didn't post a picture of you at the concert. It's why we're having a...
I like country music. I'm a man of the people.
That's exactly
That's
what
all
it
you're
is.
doing. It's such performative art.
Yeah.
You know?
We're impressed that you're doing something like going to a country music concert. Dearest Radio from Hell, I hope things are going well for you. Here's one thing that must go. Gina, you told radio listeners about a super secret way to avoid traffic on 3rd West, and they all took your advice. To be fair, Utahns would have figured it out eventually, but you accelerated the process. When you put stuff on the radio, people listen.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just trying to go to Costco on 3rd West is impossible now with all the construction. You guys are awesome. Love, good friend of the program, Allison Sabo. Amy, you want to go next?
Okay, so you can thank you, Pauline, for sending this one in. I have 2 things that I need to go away. One, getting promised a promotion, and 3 months later, no promotion, even though I'm doing the work of the manager. Number 2, the rental market. My lease renewal is set for the end of September. They're raising my rent $230 per month. Sure, let me pull that extra money out of my A drive. The rental market prices are too darn high. Good morning, Radio from Hell. My things that must go are baseball coaches who kick kids off their team because they keep losing games. I think that means you aren't doing your job, coach, but let's blame the kids instead, which is exactly what the coaches do when they decide to devastate the 10-year-old boys by telling them that their own team doesn't want them anymore. Game after game, loss after loss, those boys keep showing up and playing hard because they're dedicated to their team. So sad, honestly quite pathetic. But here, I have another suggestion for you. How about we stop worrying about winning and losing when it comes to youth sports?
Yeah.
Because then kids will have the experience you're looking for.
I'd rather light a candle than curse the darkness. I would just say to these parents, your kid may grow up to have a fine career in morning radio.
There you go.
Because I've been there.
But also, like, do you want to be on that team anymore?
No.
Like, I some gifts come in a bad package, but yeah, that's a gift. Go find a different team to play on. And then this guy, this is a gentleman, and Grant, I'm going to say to you, you need to maybe take up some yoga, some resistance training. But good morning, lords and lady, 20-plus year listener. My main thing that must go is the misuse of acronyms. ETA, estimated time of arrival. If the internet is down, don't tell me there is no ETA. the internet isn't arriving. CPU, central processing unit, the IT department didn't replace your CPU. They replaced your entire machine, unless, of course, they really open it up and replace the processor.
Well, this is very specific.
I know. There's
Yeah.
there's more. I
don't need
I
to
don't
do
know,
that.
but the list
Yeah.
goes on. If you are inclined to use acronyms, please know that what you are saying before you say it. And I would say, Grant, it's okay. It's gonna be all right. Drink Gina's Diet Coke and you'll be fine.
Oh.
My thing that must go is having animal control, but not actually doing animal control. I helped. There was a dog running in and out of traffic on 5400 South, about 2200 West the other day. I stopped because I had a leash, and these poor guys were chasing this dog in traffic, which was very
geez.
dangerous. Everyone, I mean, that's those flex lanes. It's like 6 or 8 lanes wide there. We got the dog. Some guy had some raw chicken in his car. I don't know why, but
Like you do.
and we caught the dog. And this door-to-door salesman from EcoShield volunteered to hold the dog there while I ran home and called animal control. Well, animal control has reduced hours because of COVID, and why that is the case, I have no idea. And then secondly, they said, oh, because the dog is contained, like on a leash with a door-to-door salesman is considered contained, they would not probably respond. And I said, well,
What am I supposed to do with this dog?
well, I can't bring this dog home.
well-
And then,
well,
is this guy going to stand there all night?
I was going to say, that's when you go, oh, he just dropped the
Oh,
rope.
oh,
He's
no, no.
uncontained now.
I did
you
say
know?
that, and the woman really was very unhappy with me. But my thing is this: we need animal control. We need to be able to call and say, "There's a dog loose in the neighborhood."
course.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not safe for the drivers. It's not safe for
Oh.
people in the neighborhood.
We
I don't know.
can get into this later because I have a completely different experience.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
talk about it.
All right. Let's see. This one from, please just use my first name, Karen. People who don't get vaccinated and then go to work and get the entire office exposed and or sick. So now my job is twice as much work. If you're not going to get vaccinated, at least be honest and wear your damn mask. Okay. Let's see. This one from, please don't use my name. That one person in every meeting that must talk about something or brings up a problem just to show everyone how bloody important they are. Newsflash. You've done nothing but made it crystal clear that what you have to say holds no relevance to the real world, and we are all giving you a long roll of the eye. Stop it. Also the phrase, it takes a village. Seems you only use this when it benefits you and not the rest of us. The village. All right.
Good point.
Let's see, this one from Timmy. Lane loafers must go. Get out of the way. My neighbor's dog psychotically barking at me every time I have the audacity to exist in my own backyard. And finally, my dead father's hoarder junk. We've been drowning in it for months, trying to clear the house out, including but not limited to a collection of things that can only logically add up to the conclusion of him being a serial killer that was never caught. Bags of drugs, thousands of marijuana seeds from the 70s,
Wow.
several dozen empty coffee cans for no reason, several dozen more coffee cans full of rusted nails and screws, boxes full of old nudie mags that he had hidden in the garage and shed.
This sounds like a treasure chest, not garbage.
Boxes full of useless paperwork, 3 entire dumpsters of garbage and useless junk he held onto for 30-plus years, and all the dead rodents that were
Give us
mixed
the
in.
address. Give us the address.
But I digress.
Somebody
There's
needs
that.
those cans of nuts and bolts.
And finally, this from Dr. Paul White. Thing that must go is people running past me very closely from behind as I walk around Liberty Park. I purposely started walking on the outer edge of the park in the opposite direction, so that's north on 5th and south on 7th, last spring to cut down on folks coming up from behind me and me being in their breath wake.
Yes.
It still happens once or twice a week. You can see me and my headphones, usually a Radio from Hell or a Geek Show podcast on, so you can avoid coming within a foot or two, yes, that close of me. Also, turning my back and giving me a dirty look as I cut you off your path may get me running after you and another 20 or 30 pounds for a few seconds. But then again, me being a big black man, that could probably be dangerous on my part.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic's looking good. Those earlier accidents seem to have been cleared up, and you haven't sent anything in lately. But if you do see something, you can please text it to us, 33986.
All right, we'll take a break and we'll be back. We got Boners Round 1 coming up. Stand by for that. And tickets to give away, a whole lot more on the way. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com. Now, Bill is there getting his other eye done. Cataracts.
Yeah.
And he'll be back tomorrow because that's just how they do things at Hoops Vision Correction. It's painless. It's easy. I, of course, being a big old chicken, sent my wife in first. You go.
She's the brave one.
Yeah, she was the brave one. And she went in and says, it's a little pressure. It's like they push on your eye a little bit, and that's about it. But LASIK is just terrific. You really need to check it out. And Hoops Vision is doing it just affordable payment plans, no interest financing for up to 24 months or extended terms up to 60 months. You can use your SHA or your FSA to help pay for LASIK at Hoops Vision. And right now they're offering an amazing $800 off. That's $400 per eye. So call 877-30-LASIK or book now at hoopsvision.com.
on X96.
Just for Gina.
Thank you.
Just for Gina. Yes, as we pointed out, Bill is out today having his cataract surgery.
He'll be back tomorrow. It's not a big
tomorrow?
deal. It's
No, no big deal. So sitting in, Amy Donaldson,
Thanks for having me.
whom
Yeah.
we have known forever, who is no longer at the Deseret News. who
Nope,
is
I
now-
work at KSL now in their brand new podcast division. So
Well, they have a division for that, do they?
they do
Okay.
indeed.
is that
and
nice? That would be nice.
It's wonderful, and it's actually the first time I've worked for a woman. I highly recommend it. It's
I'm trying.
It's life changing, seriously, and also I just love this idea of I've loved podcasts forever, but I think we started Voices of Reason in 2016, sort of in the wake of that really horrible political season between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, and it has been a ton of fun. We started our company a year later and did some other podcasts, but I love the medium, and I see in broadcasting with radio and podcasting the same sort of things I saw with the internet and print media, because I spent almost 30 years in print media.
Yeah.
And I'm just grateful to be doing some broadcasting. So I didn't even take a broadcast class when I was a journalism student. I was like, I don't want to broadcast.
No, you were going to be a journalist. You're going to be a
I'm going
print
to be a
journalist.
writer. Yeah.
Look at you now.
Well, I just got to say, my wife is a huge fan.
Well, thank you.
She's
Let people know what are some of the things you talk about on your podcast.
Yes.
So Voices of Reason, we had two amazing professors talk about critical race theory, and it was unbelievably enlightened. So Jason Lee is my podcast partner, and he was at one point the only black man on City Desk, and I was the only woman in sports. And so we would school each other on our respective, issues that we were facing. And really, I think opened each other's eyes to the fact that there's a lot we don't know about other people's positions. And so we decided these conversations were interesting. Let's try writing about them. And it was really difficult to get them into a written form that was compelling and that could get published because we're pretty opinionated. And so we went to Cheryl Worsley at KSL and said, and at the time there was no podcast division, although they had podcasts. And we said, do you think we could start a podcast? And she gave us a ton of support, and I was pretty excited about it. I have since become, immersed in them as everyone else is, and they're just a great way. I see the growth in them, especially in the younger demographics. But we talk about critical race theory. We had Lex Scott on to talk about why she said that she believed the United States flag is a symbol of racism.
She's the Black Lives
Matter founder.
Oh, yeah.
For here in Utah Black Lives Matter founder. And we brought on a friend of mine, Keemon Dixon, who is a black bisexual veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, and he's a very conservative guy, and but I think one thing that was universal was this idea that you would be threatened with death or bodily injury for expressing your opinion. And I think we've just gotten to the point. We started Voices of Reason really to listen to understand versus persuading people. And I think there have been many times during the last 5 years that we've both thought, this is pointless. Why are we doing this? But we've continued having these conversations. We've had Angela Dunn on to talk about how how this pandemic became politicized and the dangers in that, and what they can do about it as health professionals. And we've had Governor Cox on several times. We actually did a podcast with Ben McAdams when he was a representative. There's really no subject we don't. If it's we've talked about sexual harassment, ton of stuff lately on sexism in sports. Remember when the criticism of the Norwegian women's handball? Well, actually, they got fined for wearing
bikini bottoms.
Yeah, not sexy bikini. We had some women on to talk about that and the dangers of that.
Well, I'm getting texts from your husband now.
Yeah, and
Ed Brass.
yes,
Says, what a coincidence. I work for a woman, too.
it's true. See, he's had it good, though, all of his career. And he's not lying. He works for two women, actually. He works for the women he works with, and he works for me in his second job, which is dog recovery.
Well, talk about that. You're very involved in fostering.
I foster for cause, Community Animal Welfare Society, one of the oldest animal rescues in Utah. They're foster based, so we're always looking for new fosters. There are so many dogs and cats that need help. And COVID threw rescues into a really difficult position. All the ways we made money, all the events where we tried to match people with pets, those were gone. And shelters had to shut down to the public. And so they were begging rescues to take animals. And being foster-based, we had to find a person to take the animal.
Tell people what being a foster
Is like?
is like, because I think maybe people don't get involved in it because they're like, oh, I don't. It might be too much of a commitment. I
Yeah,
don't. What does it involve?
So the thing is, if you sign up to take a dog, I've recruited many of my family members to do this, and it's too much. You can always say, I can't do this, and we have some boarding option with some of the local veterinarians that will take them temporarily. But yeah, you look for the kind of pet that might fit in your household. So say you think, I like small dogs, I could take a small dog, or I like, a lot of people just take seniors. I like to take dogs that need training. And which creates some work for both my husband and I.
Sure.
But, he spent 4 hours last weekend with a dog that wouldn't come out from under the deck. And then, as you know, I couldn't come to do the sports because
of that.
Yeah, we were trying to deal with that.
Well, and speaking of dogs, your husband weighs in again. Says, while you're getting to know your co-host,
Yes.
ask her where she hid the hair dryer. The dogs are listening attentively.
Yes.
So he wants to know where's the hair dryer? Did you hide?
It's in the downstairs bathroom. I was trying to be polite. No, here's the thing.
Oh, I see.
I'm
Okay.
walking through the bedroom in the dark, and I step on a dog toy, and I thought we had put all those away. I have my dogs have a toy box,
Of course.
but my husband has a little girlfriend named Nova, who's a little foster fail. We babysat another foster dog twice, and then Ed wouldn't give her back, and he refuses to train her. So she gets the toys out of the toy box and does whatever she wants, and she's a little brat. So
That's funny. So it's downstairs, honey.
yeah, it's downstairs. And also, I would encourage people to do that. But also, there are lots of ways to help. You can come and walk dogs at events. If we started those back up again, you can take a dog from boarding and just take it for a walk on the parkway.
So just go to Amy's Twitter. She's very
I
thorough
tweet
there.
lots of stuff.
AD on sports.
Yeah, you actually had one of your listeners signed up to be a foster.
Okay.
Nice.
Based on that.
And what's the cause website? Just
Cause.org.
CAWS.
Yep.
.org. Thank you.
And you can buy face masks that are awesome.
Ooh, cool.
We've had pretty light traffic this morning. I don't have any accidents to tell you about right now. Do you have any to tell us about? The way you tell us
Maybe I do.
is by texting us, only if it's safe for you to text, though, 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We do have round one of your boners coming up. The big boy news and opinioendo. Do you want to tease us with a...
Oh, yeah, I can
Candidates?
tease you. Let's see. I've got keep your hands to yourself, ice cream crazy, and come out and play only if you get the jab.
Okay. I'm curious your direction on that one.
Okay.
All right.
It's not,
Okay. Well,
You'll know.
All right. We'll see. Coming up. Boners round one, big boy news and opinioendo, all coming up. ParkCityRestaurants.com. It's the Park City Restaurant Association, the annual Savor the Cocktail Contest.
It's happening now through August 31st. It's at participating bars and restaurants in Park City. And this is great. They've got some wonderful bartenders and mixologists, as they like to call them. And they've either come up with whole new drinks or maybe a twist on an old favorite that you like. They want you to come savor the cocktail. Come try their cocktails and vote on your favorites.
So what you should do is go to ParkCityRestaurants.com, click on the Savor the Cocktail Contest. It'll give you a list of the restaurants and the cocktails. And, go up and have dinner. And try the cocktails. And then once you've tried a fair amount of them, well, all of them.
It's the only way to be fair, really.
We used to do this live and in person with the judging. I've done it a couple of times, and really the only way to be fair is to try them all, speaking from experience. Go ahead and vote. You'll qualify to win prizes courtesy of last year's winning bar, which was High West. And the mixologist with the most votes wins $500 cash, along with recognition and bragging rights. So go to ParkCityRestaurants.com for a list of participating establishments and cast your vote. Of course, you got to be at least 21 years of age in order to participate. Limit one vote per person. You know, I don't know why you don't watch that show. I don't.
I do.
I always,
I mean,
you know.
did you see that he's threatening to leave Fox, or is
Well,
that just a
he
threat?
can't.
Oh,
He can't. He can't pull Family Guy off of Fox.
Oh.
He just can't.
contracts and such.
You know.
But he's
I-
threatening it.
I
He's-
admire his position.
Yeah.
I do, but he can't do that. They own it essentially, and he will continue to make money off of it the rest of his life.
So
So, I mean, he can be, you know, he can kick and scream all he wants. It's not going to.
okay.
Sorry, Seth MacFarlane tweeting this
Yeah.
thing about, you know, we've had this relationship for all this time, Fox, you and I, and maybe it's time that we part ways. I've been in abusive relationships before, and I can see it again. And it's like, yes, but Seth, you're done. The contracts are done.
Here's the tweet.
You signed them when you were young, and you didn't have a lawyer look at them. So.
He said, Tucker Carlson's latest opinion piece once again makes me wish Family Guy was on any other network. Look, Fox, we both know this marriage isn't working anymore. We only have sex once a year. I don't get along with your mother, and well, I've been having an affair with NBC. Very funny.
I mean, he has been having an affair with NBC. They backed several truckloads of money up to his front porch and just dumped it out. And,
But
and he's
no.
developing shows for Peacock now. But no. And he'll continue to get, again, I don't know why okay, bitch, but you're still getting money for
Yeah.
Family Guy for years and years and years.
Anyway,
He can use it in a way that helps people who need
sure.
more political access to the political system.
And he does.
There are things you could do. Yeah.
Yeah, Seth MacFarlane is very active. All right, well, let's get to boners. Round one. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day, merely secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take a winner from that round. Once you vote on it, then we take both winners and put them against each other. Boner of the day happens at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. So right now you got to pick your champion for this. Round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. Boner candidate number 1. Why can't people just keep their hands to themselves? Philadelphia. An aggressive passenger on a Frontier Airlines flight had to be duct taped to his seat after allegedly groping 2 flight attendants and assaulting another. There's video of this. Video footage shows the flyer, Maxwell Berry, 22, being duct taped to the back of a seat on Saturday's Frontier flight from Philadelphia to Miami, where he was arrested by waiting cops on 3 counts of battery. The video shows Barry scuffling with a male flight attendant, yelling profanities while sitting in a window seat. The arrest report alleges Barry ordered a couple of drinks, then asked for a third, before brushing the empty cup against the backside of a female flight attendant. The flight attendant told Barry, "Don't touch me," before he started to complain about his gum being wrapped up in a napkin. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Yeah.
Barry proceeded to spill the new drink on his shirt, prompting him to go to the bathroom and come out shirtless, according to the report. He then walked around the plane for 15 minutes before groping the chest of 2 other flight attendants. He came up from behind and put his arm around both of them, groping their breasts, the arrest report reads. Barry later then punched a male flight attendant who was asked to watch him fall. He can't be trusted around the ladies, apparently. And Barry screamed, "Help!" as he was being duct taped to his seat because he just wouldn't calm down. He wanted to fight with the male flight attendant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Boner candidate.
He wanted to fight with the flight attendant, but he was a little too inebriated to effectively land anything.
And, you know, hey, kudos for duct taping him up. That sort of thing needs to happen more often.
Did you guys see it?
And I listened to the audio, and one of the things that he shouts is, "My father's worth $2 million." So
what does that have to
couple
do
of
with
points.
anything?
Couple of points. If you're trying to brag, that's the low end of rich. Okay. Secondly, you're flying Frontier. You're not even flying in first
coach.
class and in coach.
Yeah.
You know, so if your father's so wealthy, you're just a drunk. Just admit it. You're a bro and you're drunk.
And you shouldn't be allowed to fly
No.
anymore.
Also, I would
ever.
suggest that saying what your father is worth is not a good flex.
No.
It's what you're worth that matters.
Exactly.
Ice cream crazy. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Authorities say a man broke into a series of ice cream shops and was arrested and then did it again even though he was wearing an ankle monitor. 11 ice cream shops in Grand Rapids, Granville, Walker, Wyoming, as well as elsewhere in Kent County and Allegheny County were hit, the Kent County Sheriff's Department reported. The same time, the Dairy Delight on West River Drive in Comstock Park, you know where that one is,
Oh, they're very good.
was also ripped off. A sheriff's deputy on patrol noticed a running yet empty car in the area. A few days later, on July 26, another deputy arrested the driver of the car, Cameron Harris, on outstanding warrants. Harris was released Thursday with an ankle monitor. After that, 3 more ice cream shops were hit, all on Friday night. The Dairy Ranch, the Frosty Boy,
Oh, not the Frosty
the
Boy.
Frosty Boy, and the Jam Bean Coffee. The detective checked Harris's, the guy that had been arrested for the other ice cream burglaries, checked his ankle monitor to see, I wonder what he's been up to.
So we've got a real McDonaldland
Cereal.
character here. We've got, this is the ice cream bandit.
Yeah. Harris was arrested again. 11 different ice cream shops he broke into. Now, it doesn't say, was he stealing ice cream or was he stealing money?
Well, he's the common, it would be ice cream,
You
right?
would think.
And
Or he has a vendetta against ice cream shops because
ice cream killed
one-
his brother
this,
or something?
No, this happened. An ice cream shop closed before it was supposed to close on a nice, sunny, warm summer night, and I felt very murderous because I needed ice cream.
Do you have an alibi for these?
And I do.
Okay.
I'm not going to fly Frontier.
Here's the thing, is that I rarely would say this because it never happens, but I'm afraid I have to blame cannabis on this
You have
on
to?
this crime. This
Okay.
is a cannabis-related
All right.
crime. It has to be.
That's boner candidate
I need
number
me
2.
some ice cream.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Come out and play if you get the jab.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge, and Layton, new name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See the selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Now, a couple more things on our boner candidate number 1.
Yes.
Our attorney, Ed Brass, of course, checking in, says those are all federal felonies. They'll be prosecuted in federal court where the penalties are severe.
Good. He
And
should never fly again.
Also, part of the boners is that the flight crew has been suspended. No,
They were
they
containing.
were containing a situation.
Yeah.
Do
Well,
not
I
suspend
actually
them.
read about that, and they said that that's standard to allow if there's any kind of traumatic or violent incident on a plane.
the
to-
duct tape is allowed.
No, the suspension of the crew. It's
Well,
not
they
really a
investigate it.
suspension. It's just to say you guys might need to process this. You might need a break.
Okay.
So they can look into it,
Yeah.
see if everything was followed,
I'd-
handled correct. But it's also for their benefit.
All right.
They get some counseling.
Oh, that
access to
makes sense.
services,
Okay, that's
so.
good. I don't want those guys in trouble.
Speaking of getting in trouble and groping,
Okay.
New York Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed 11
Resign.
11 women and created a hostile work environment for women. A report released by the state attorney general said investigators say they found a pattern of inappropriate behavior by Cuomo, included both unwanted touching and comments of a suggestive and sexual nature. President Biden said Cuomo should resign, as did Amy Donaldson. State legislators in both parties vehemently condemned Cuomo's conduct, an investigation prompting renewed calls for his impeachment. He's still denying it all and has shown no willingness to resign. I want you to know directly from me that I never touched anyone inappropriately or made inappropriate sexual advances. There's 11 different women.
New
This
women
isn't-
are coming forward.
Yes.
The problem is if you're the pervert, you don't get to decide what is or is not appropriate. You think things are appropriate. They're not. They're not. I mean, these
Yeah.
are one of these fits the requirements of a crime. So he's going to get prosecuted. He needs to resign. It's a huge problem. And anybody who's not calling for his resignation, I never want to hear you complain about anything any of these
exactly.
legislators do. But they're definitely, you can say it's not fair that Democrats eat their own before Republicans do. That's fine. But the bottom line is this is the governor of the state of New York.
Yeah.
And these are horrific incidents, and these women are still coming forward. and he needs to resign.
Yeah, I mean, if it's one person and you're like, and it's a he said she said, that's one thing. This is multiple people all saying the same thing. It's hard to
and take a look at
deny
how thoroughly and quickly the SDNY has investigated this, as opposed to Florida, who has not investigated Matt Gaetz and have drugged their feet all this time.
Well, somebody's investigating him, correct? Right?
Somebody is.
Yeah, I don't know how it's...
because they're not getting any cooperation. It's taking longer than it should. I mean, if anybody should be resigned, it's Gaetz.
Oh, he'll never resign.
He's taking it on the road.
Oh no, he's a star.
He's
That's the thing. We reject him.
He's running for president.
Yeah, we
know that, right?
we reject them and they elect him.
Yeah.
Thank you, John Fugelsang. I love that line.
Yeah, Amy, do you have a story?
I do have a story. Everyone's so concerned about the CDC now recommending that everyone wear masks indoors.
Mm-hmm.
At Caesar's Palace, let's see. Oh, and why did that?
We got Dr. Cobble coming up, and you can ask him questions about masks.
Caesar's Entertainment says their strip resorts have hit 89%. They are doing incredibly well financially. I think they've surpassed 2019 numbers in the one quarter.
Mm-hmm.
They said there's going to be bumps along the way, including the fact that probably staff is going to get sick because people are going to come and not abide by. But they have a mask mandate, and it's fine. And they're making money, and we can do business, and we can have life, and we can have economic prosperity. People can go to work and be safe. We just have to follow good medical advice. So, and then I also wanted to point out that U.S. Rep. Cori Bush, who camped out on the steps of the U.S. Capitol because the Congress let the eviction moratorium lapse. The president has actually the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They issued a new eviction moratorium that would last until October 3rd. And the reason is because the money that was meant to help those renters who have lost their jobs or are having financial difficulties because of COVID, they are not getting that relief money. It's been slow to get to them. So they've issued this 2-month reprieve. Hopefully Congress will do something about it because I don't think landlords should not get paid.
No, that's another issue.
There's money for them in those relief packages. But we shouldn't have a wave of homeless men, women, and children because of in the middle of a pandemic.
Exactly.
The worst thing we can do is put people on the street.
And we need to get the information to people. I feel like it's
apparently we've been running some ads and there's billboards, but if you call 211 and ask them about it, they'll direct you in the right place.
If you need rent assistance, there's money available.
Most landlords, I know some landlords, are actually trying to help their renters.
They want to get paid
because they want the money and they don't want to put these people out. They've been good renters. And you want individual landlords to stay in business because we don't all want to rent from a corporation, right? So there's a lot of issues there. But I thought that was a pretty compelling, moving protest that Representative Bush staged, and there were a few people who came and stayed here and there with her. But she has been homeless, and she said, I was not going to just let this go. And that's why you need to elect people who've had life experiences that is not this, my dad's worth $2 million.
Exactly.
We need people in Congress who live like real people live.
Weather, traffic.
Yeah, and Katie, I'm swapping out boners. I don't know if you got that. Can she hear me? I don't know if
she can hear you, but did you tell her?
Yeah, I told her.
Okay, all right.
Because I'm rethinking. I found a better one.
I have so many thoughts on you swapping boners.
and I am going to do the Offspring story because I think it's just a good story. But I removed it from boners.
But it is not a boner.
It's not a boner.
Okay, all right.
Because I found a better one.
All right.
There's no shortage of candidates, sadly.
Yeah, always.
Weather, we are back to the patchy smoke, unfortunately. High of 93 today. We'll be back up near 100 for tomorrow. So we're not out of the 100 woods yet. It's been a nice reprieve, but we're climbing back up there. What is nice is your commute. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and it is green all up and down the Wasatch Front, which means as far as UDOT's concerned, there's no trouble. But if you see some trouble, you can text us 33986.
Thank you.
Boner candidate number 3, kidney transplants are hilarious.
Okay.
Pop singer and actress Selena Gomez fired back at Paramount Plus show The Good Fight Tuesday after the legal drama made a joke about a kidney transplant operation she underwent back in 2017. The Good Fight is a spin-off from the CBS show The Good Wife, showed several characters brainstorming joke ideas for a comedy television executive played by Wayne Brady. Brady asks Liz, who's played by Audra McDonald, to put together something for one of his characters. The scene unfolds with them tossing out ideas. In some weird attempt for the show to address cancel culture, they begin to ask which comedy topics should be off limits, which leads to people listing off answers including necrophilia, autism, and Selena Gomez's kidney transplant. Quote, I'm not sure how writing jokes about organ transplants for television shows has become a thing, but sadly it has, apparently, Gomez tweeted Tuesday evening. I hope it's the next writer's room when one of these tasteless jokes are presented, it's called out immediately and doesn't make it on the air. Gomez added in a follow-up tweet, my fans have always had my back. I love you. If you're able to, please sign up to be an organ donor, and link to the National Health Resources and Services Administration's website, which links each state's organ donor registry website. This isn't the first time. This has become a thing of making jokes about Selena Gomez's
her kidney transplant.
And it's a boner.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, keep your hands to yourself. Why can't you do that? This is this guy on the Frontier Airlines that was groping female flight attendants, was drunk, unruly. They had to duct tape him to the seat to keep him under control. Boner candidate number 2, he was ice cream crazy. This is a guy who broke into like 9 ice cream stores. He was arrested. They let him back out. He had an ankle monitor bracelet on. He broke into 2 more ice cream stores. They found and they knew who that was. And boner candidate number 3, so kidney transplants are hilarious.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? Winning here makes it the winner of round 1. It's not Boner of the Day yet. In order to become Boner of the Day, it will have to defeat the winner of round 2. Yes, round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again. We get another candidate. So we take the winner of each round and put them both against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. Right now, we got to start the process and send our first contestant forward. So pick your winner of this round, round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting August 4, 2021, and vote there. You've only got 4 minutes, so let's go. This is round 1. Okay. Dr. Cobble is on the phone. All right. So stop voting via phone for the boners because we have a winner. We've done the math. All right. So 877-602-9696. And Dr. Cobble is here to talk about the vaccinations, about the masks, any questions that you have. Because I'm sure that you're smarter than all of those people at the CDC.
I did my research.
You did your research, yeah.
I'm good at Googling things.
I conducted a 500-person study.
Dr. Cobble can talk to you about the vaccine and the Delta variant, and we can talk about what Angela Dunn said, and we'll get into it.
Yes.
So, but any of your questions, we prefer your phone calls at 877-602-9696. Why? Well, because it's Radio B, because there's always something that you'll leave out of a text, some little bit of information that we need that would help answer the question. I mean, you can text your questions in if you'd like, 33986. We'd prefer your phone calls at 877-602-9696. But let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Old Taco Tuesday. Didn't everybody have tacos yesterday? It's Taco Tuesday.
No, I didn't.
You should have.
Maybe I have Waco Wednesday.
And Katrubis Dodge, now Young Dodge, Layton, new name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See the selection online at Young Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton. Voter candidate number one was keep your hands to yourself. This is a drunk guy in an airplane. This is not a mask boner candidate. This is just an old-fashioned groping incident. Like the old days.
Like the old days.
There are no masks involved in this story at all. The crew had to duct tape him to his seat.
They created a mask of tape on his mouth, though.
Which was great.
Yeah, I was a fan of that. Boner candidate number two, ice cream crazy. It's a guy that broke into like 9 different ice cream shops. And he was arrested, and they put an ankle monitor on him, and they sent him back out. And then in the same area, 2 or 3 other ice cream stores were broken into. And they're like, we know who did that. It's the ice cream crazy guy. And boner candidate number 3 was kidney transplants. Those are hilarious. This is Selena Gomez, who had a kidney transplant several years ago. And for some reason, that keeps coming up in TV shows as jokes. And it's not funny. You need to stop that. Let's see. Steve won the boner T-shirt, and it was pretty close voting between 1 and 2 at least. And coming out ahead was number 2, ice cream crazy.
Ice cream crazy won that.
I can't believe the ice cream guy beat that weirdo on the plane.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought he got what was coming to him.
I was going to say maybe we're tired
Yeah.
of playing idiots.
Maybe.
Could be. Well, there you go. We don't pick them. You do. That's the winner of round 1. It now goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. We shall see. Depends on how well it does going up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. And then we take both winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Oh, we'll just dive in with Dr. Cobble. You can call with your questions about COVID, vaccines, masks, kids going back to school. 877-602-9696.
All right. Dr. Cobble, hello.
Hey, good morning.
You know, my wife made an observation about you listening to your segment last week, and that was, he really sounds tired of
Of answering our questions.
answering all of these questions. It's just like, how many more times do I have to say this? Are you tired, sir?
Well, no, I'm not tired. I think I'm frustrated. I think, like most people, Governor Cox saying that we're all tired of this. Like, well, if you manage this appropriately, we wouldn't be dealing with this. So don't have inept governorship, inept management. Follow what the scientists and the physicians and clinicians are saying. Have people get vaccinated. Encourage them strongly. Wear your masks. We just got the new school guidelines that says your kids don't have to be vaccinated. They don't have to wear a mask. And there was another silly. Basically, it's just ignore it. Even though 700 Americans died yesterday, we're going to have 4,000 Americans die this week from this. We had the most cases in the world yesterday. We didn't have the most deaths. It's still Indonesia and Russia and trying We had more deaths in India yesterday. We had more cases in India.
Really?
I think
Crazy.
the other school thing you were thinking of is several of the districts are changing their protocols for when there are positive cases at school.
Yeah, they're not requiring.
Yeah.
They're not
isolation,
requiring
yeah.
quarantining and things like that. So
And they're not requiring testing. So it's like, okay, well, let's just ignore it. It's gone. Don't worry about it. Yet
Well,
it's like we've become numb to it, which is really sad to me because we have 7 Utahns dying every day. So, it's going
But
to
I
be
mean, why?
300 a month.
So explain to me. I mean, you're not a teacher, so you probably can't explain this. But the teachers union came out and said that teachers shouldn't be required to get the vaccination either.
really?
So I guess I'm wondering, like,
That's crazy.
yeah, if you have the people who stand to benefit the most, sort of not. I mean, is it mandates people are against, or I don't know.
Well, people don't like the government telling them what to do. And
Even though they
made
do
that
it all
pretty
the
clear.
time. And it's,
But apparently they don't like their doctors telling them what to do.
mhm.
But you have to be vaccinated. We had to be vaccinated to go to school. So I treated cases of tetanus in the ICU at Primary Children's. Kids that hadn't been vaccinated caught tetanus, and they were in ICU because they couldn't breathe.
mm-hmm.
We treat pertussis all the time. We make people get MMR. I don't know.
It gets back
real.
to why this one, and we all know the answer. Because I want to Bob. I want to downplay it. I want to downplay it all. Anyway,
So, Doctor, I have a question about a booster shot. Since we don't have a call, can I ask that?
we have called, but go ahead. This is going to come up.
I
I
just
know.
wondered on this booster shot idea. Israel and I believe there was another country that is also going to start giving the third
Thought
shot.
Germany was doing
Germany,
Was
maybe.
it Germany?
But I just wondered your thoughts on that. Do you think we're headed to a third shot or no?
Well, I was hoping 3 months ago we weren't, and the data was good. But with Delta and probably Lambda and maybe the virus coming out of Colombia as well, I think what the new data is showing is the booster shots give you an antibody response for a couple months, but they're not resistant to the new mutation variants. And I think if anyone's going to get a booster, it's going to have to be a newly developed
Oh.
vaccine from
Oh.
the manufacturer that's going to cover the mutations. So I think we're too early to say a booster is going to help because a booster of the current vaccine is not going to give you resistance. Now, again, the current vaccine keeps you from dying, keeps you from being hospitalized, but it doesn't keep you from catching it and spreading it to the unvaccinated people that then catch it and go in the hospital and die. So again, 99% of people dying currently are unvaccinated. In Utah now, about 90% of hospitalized people are unvaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the good news and or the bad news for the anti-vaxxers is the people catching this now are dying quicker, so we're able to get them out of the hospital and make a room for another person come in. So they're not lingering for a month or two; they're in for a week or two, and then they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for those people, I'm not going to get vaccinated. This is a hoax. It's like it's not a hoax. This has become remarkably more serious, and it's going to continue to get worse.
Well,
now
and
the school's back.
and if it is a hoax, it's a pretty elaborate one that the
Yeah.
entire globe is in on.
And
apparently,
most doctors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did we get the entire globe to get in on this hoax without? Anyway.
Do we have a phone call?
Yes, we do. Let's take a quick call here. This first one is from Beth. Hi, Beth. Beth, go ahead.
Hey, Dr. Coblo. Okay, so my daughter is 20, and I was so proud of her. She got the first vaccine, but then she's just hasn't been as motivated to get the second one, and it's been like 8 weeks. What's the protocol for getting the second vaccine past like the 3 to 4 week mark? Do you have to start all over, or can she just get the second vaccine and hope that it works?
No, getting it now is great. It's certainly better than not getting it because one vaccine is only going to give her about 35 to 50% immunity to Delta, about 65 to 70% immunity to the original virus. Getting the second vaccine at the 3 to 4 week period is how it was studied, but there have been studies of people getting it delayed, and it's just as effective. So again, getting that second vaccine now, this week, next week, I don't know if you need to motivate her with more iPad time or $50 ice cream voucher or whatever you have to do to motivate them.
She doesn't live with
But
me.
I
That's
think,
the problem. She's on her own. So,
but I think getting it now, even 8 weeks out is great. So have her do it. Have her do it.
Your
That's
mom, you
amazing.
can do the guilt
Now-
thing.
I will.
Guilt her into doing
That's
it.
right.
Here's a scenario, okay? And I'm thinking of using this on someone that I know that is not vaccinated.
Okay.
Because his excuse is, I don't have the time. I'll say, hey, listen, let's go get a drink or something. Let's go get an energy drink, a Red Bull. Let's go get a Red Bull. Okay, let's go to the Walgreens. Let's go
it's
to the
right over there.
You want to come with?
Yeah.
Hey, great, terrific. Hey, while we're here,
You know we're here. It's right over.
it's
There's no
it's
line.
free. It's right over the. It's not 5 minutes. Let's
Yeah.
go over there and trick her to go get a Coke with you and take her to the
Ice cream.
Walgreens.
Let's go
She's 20. She probably doesn't have a lot of money. I
Yeah.
offer my kids very expensive dinners, crab legs,
Oh,
sushi,
there you
something
go.
like that.
There you
No,
go.
my girls were more motivated than me. So
Yeah, just trick them to going to the Walgreens because they'll never suspect you.
Well,
All right.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Cobble, we will take a break. We'll be back. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Ask your questions. He's a doctor.
he doesn't just play one on TV
Yeah.
or the radio.
Or on YouTube.
He knows how to read the research that you think you know how to read. He's
Yeah.
trained to read it.
Do your own research. Well, we've spent billions of dollars on really smart people who have done the research. You didn't discover
YouTube
something.
videos are not research.
Yeah.
No. Northbound Foothill Drive down to one lane. A friend of the program says, for no reason. I'm sure there's a reason. You
there
just
might
don't
be.
know what the reason is. But it's causing a massive backup there. A friend of the program says they sent that in via text at 33986. This summer, downtown Salt Lake's Main Street will be closed to cars and open to pedestrians Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from noon on. Restaurants, bars, and shops will extend their service onto sidewalks with music and art every night. Learn more at downtownslc.org/open streets.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. More questions for Dr. Cobble right after this. We prefer your phone calls, but we will take your texts. Phone calls are 877-602-9696 or text question to 33986.
Having questions about the Dirty Heads and Sublime with Rome show.
Yes.
It has been moved to September 1st at Rio Tinto Stadium. So our giveaway today is for that rescheduled Dirty Heads Sublime with Rome show. So text the word VISION, 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 to 33986 now to win tickets to see Dirty Heads and Sublime with Rome. Again, this is going to be September 1st at Rio Tinto. This is the Strong VW Sandy concert series at Rio Tinto Stadium. Get more information at x96.com.
All right. Thank you very much. We continue now with Dr. Cobble on the phone answering your questions about the vaccine, about masks, about all of that. And let's go to our phones. Let's go to, let's see, it looks like Melanie is here. Hi, Melanie, go ahead.
Hi, I have a question. I have been living in Australia with my family in Melbourne, and so we are back.
Okay.
And now I'm super concerned. Well, I've been concerned the whole time. But I've got 2 young kids that will be in elementary school that can't be vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
So am I not going to hear, do you think, from a teacher if someone in their class has COVID? Like, if I hear that, would I keep them home? Would I get them tested? It's just, we've lived a very different experience for the last 18 months.
I'm jealous of the experience you've lived.
You won't hear it.
You should be.
You won't hear it because the teachers.
It was wonderful.
The teachers aren't allowed to give that information. They aren't allowed to get that information. So you won't hear it. You won't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know last year you would hear from the school, like so-and-so was in a class and you have to stay home for 2 weeks. And I know parents here were outraged that their child had to stay home for 2 weeks. But from my perspective, that sounds great.
Now it depends on the district.
Yes.
Like in I don't know what district you're in, but some of the districts are saying that they will notify parents if there's
been an exposure. They won't tell you which kid or anything like that. But they'll say your kid was exposed. I don't even know if they tell you which class. But it depends on the district. KSL.com has an article by my colleague Ashley Imlay that lays out every district's. If they've released a policy, it lays that out. So you could look up your district and see how they're going to handle it. Some districts are not even going to test. They're not going to do any kind of isolation. Some are saying that if they get 2% positive, they'll shut down.
Which
so
is
just depends.
It's frustrating. This should be Dr. Cobble, you can speak to this. Wouldn't this be easier if it were a universal policy that all schools are doing this the same way? We're handling it the same way everywhere?
It would be, but our governor's made it pretty clear he wants to segregate rather than collect and take care of everyone similarly. So he wants everyone to have their own ability, each school district and county to have their own ability to regulate it how they want. And that sometimes makes sense because some counties may be a higher risk than others, but I think it confuses people because you're not being consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you're not being consistent with the laws.
So as a parent.
Go ahead.
Sorry. If as a parent, if I hear through the grapevine perhaps that someone in my child, like would a doctor's recommendation be maybe you should keep your 10-year-old home for a week or no?
Well, the school district's requirement by the state now is if you're sick, stay home. And again, the good thing is I've got 2 elementary age kids as well. They're pretty low risk. They're only going to be high risk if they're associating with high school kids or older. The people that appear to be spreading this now are in the 14 to 45 age group. So again, if your kids are wearing masks to school, and I think all kids should, if they're going into any social setting, they should have a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
Then being masked, if you can't be vaccinated, being masked is the next best thing. The vaccine is 80 to 99% effective. Masks are 70 to 95% effective. So you add those 2 things together, and if everyone was vaccinated and masked, we'd all be back to work. We'd all be socializing.
Mm-hmm.
We'd be with our friends. We wouldn't be shutting down our economy. Everything would be back and perfect. But 50% of Americans have made it pretty clear that they don't want to get vaccinated. They don't want to wear a mask. They don't want people telling them how to save another person's life. So they continue to spread this virus and affect our economy and our ability to enjoy one another.
I did want to give a little bit more information. Hearing from the state health department, they're saying that they're listening. Thank you.
Well, they are.
There
Wow.
will be contact tracing. It'll be done by local health departments. And I asked who would notify parents if there is a positive case. Now, remember, this is contingent on a parent taking their child to be tested. So if a kid is sick and a parent takes them to be tested and they turn out to be positive for COVID, those are all things that have to happen. The local health department will then notify anybody who's been exposed. And I asked who would notify parents. He said usually the local health department, but only exposed contacts. So your kid may be in a class where somebody tested positive, but if they're not considered to be a close contact, you would not be notified about that. And so you would have to hear through the grapevine. And then, I mean, believe me, the grapevine was rampant last year and lots of false information out there. So be really careful. And I would say just communicate as carefully as you can with your kid's teacher or your kid's school. But the quarantine and what they're going to do about it, that's all up to the local school.
If I interpreted this correctly, you're saying that social communication has a lot of false information.
Well, I'm just saying that your
know.
uncle's Facebook page might not be the best news feed
He
to
did
follow.
his research,
Listen,
Amy.
I'm sitting out here in my car taking this video. I alone have found the answer that thousands of scientists have not. Yeah.
No, not only that, but you have people with their cell phones up at the hospital saying, I don't see tons of people
I don't see
in the
nobody
ICU.
here.
They're nowhere near the ICU, but they're convinced.
They're convinced. Let's go to Jenna. Hi, Jenna.
Good morning.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So I'm fully vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine. So I'd like to think I enjoy like an 80 to 95% protection against the virus. I'm taking a short course of prednisone, however. I was wondering if Dr. Cobble could tell me like how much that reduces the efficacy of the vaccine.
Well, it should not reduce it if you've already been vaccinated. There's some debate about whether if you took it at the same time with the vaccine. I don't think prednisone appears to be the problem. There are other immunosuppressants for people with remarkably severe autoimmune diseases that blow out their whole immune system. But I wouldn't worry about it at all. In fact, we use dexamethasone, which is a stronger prednisone for people that are hospitalized to prevent death from COVID. So I wouldn't worry about the prednisone. You're vaccinated and wear your mask, and that's awesome. That's why you're so relaxed.
Yeah.
This morning.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. Text question here. We have a lot of lawyers who listen to the show. The courts have resumed a mask mandate in high transmission areas. However, they are not resuming testing. They are not asking questions about vaccination. Someone at the court was infected by a non-vaccinated court person. Will masks
A juror.
Will masks alone be sufficient to deal with this problem? Question. Oh, hang on.
Well, I think
There you go.
Go ahead. Problems are always better when you do more than one thing. I mean, the masks are fantastic, but if you're not testing people and you're not tracking people, then it's spreading.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't wear a mask 100% of the time, and then sometimes you don't wear the mask correctly. Sometimes you pull the mask down and rub your nose, touch other things. So hand washing is very important. Face and hand hygiene are very important. The families that I've seen catch this, usually the people that don't catch it in the family are the hand washers, the good hygiene people.
Mm-hmm.
They don't cough or sneeze in their hand and then touch other things. So, again, I wish they were testing and tracking and masking.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the mask is a wonderful barrier, and it's the very best first step. And then, of course, vaccinating and testing and tracking. If you're sick, you need to be tested.
Mm-hmm.
I had.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I had a PhD doctor that came into my office, and he and his wife had traveled, and they came home sick. And he's like, "What do you think? My daughter's immunosuppressed, and do you think we could have it?" And I said, "Well, you've been vaccinated, but you could have it. So come in." He came in yesterday and tested, and we'll get his results this morning. But if you think it's possible you could have been exposed, you got to get tested.
Yeah, don't assume because you've had the vaccine that you can't get it, because you can.
We're all vaccinated. We're not wearing our masks in the studio. because we're talking, but we're all vaccinated. And as soon as I leave the studio, I put my mask on, and
Because I don't know about the rest of the building.
I run errands today. I'm wearing masks.
But also, I'm trying to be considerate of people with small children that can't be vaccinated, or if they have. There are people in my 2 people in my family who have immunosuppressive issues and can't get the vaccine. And you're just trying to keep people safer. And also, I'm really concerned about our medical community and the trauma that we're inflicting on them. And that's the other reason to wear a mask, in my opinion.
So take care of yourself, Dr.
Wearing that
Caldwell.
mask, that wearing that mask affects your First Amendment right. Freedom of speech.
No, it
Well, as a 30-year veteran of journalism, I don't care about First Amendment rights.
All right. Well, thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much for calling in, and we'll talk to you next week. And
Hopefully more with good news.
yeah,
More vaccinations will be
we're
up.
going to get over this. We're going to get over this. We're going to get through it. Just we need to pull together and work together. And America. Come on. All right, thanks.
Yay, I love Dr. Caldwell.
thank you, Dr. Cobble.
Crash northbound I-15, 65th south in Midvale. Both left and right shoulders are being affected there at milepost 299. That's the only accident I'm seeing on the UDOT website, and you haven't sent anything in via text, at least as far as traffic goes. So if you see something, that's the place to do it. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break here. We'll be back. Oh, let's round one of your boners. Tease?
Round 2 of your boners.
Round 2, excuse me.
We have boner candidate number 1. Why can't we just golden rule this stuff? Boner candidate number 2, covered in spaghetti. And boner candidate number 3, so blue lives matter, right? Don't they? I thought that's what we said.
Boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. All right, it's 8:21 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. I say possibly because if it wins here, it does secure a spot in Boner Dome, but it'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. Kind of a weak candidate.
Hey. No, it is.
In my
that
opinion.
means there's a chance for
Which
a comeback victory.
Which means in this round, you can vote really strong and make it a blowout with the boner fight at 9:20.
They're better candidates this
Or
round.
you pick another weak candidate here, and then we have a battle of the limp. And
They're better candidates this time.
Okay. So here we go. Round 2. Pick one of these to send forward to boner fight. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a roomy Radio from Hell tote bag.
They're huge.
You could fit.
Look at them.
Several puppies in there.
You could put.
Well, it depends on the breed.
That's true.
Depends on the breed. But you could fit dog food that you could donate to.
There you go.
Animal shelters.
There
you
you
could
go.
definitely fit that in there. Yeah. A big bag too.
Boner candidate number 1. Why can't we just golden rule this stuff? A Utah County commissioner turned into an anti-masking Facebook group to solicit more comments against a school mask requirement, saying pro-mandate messages to county officials were outnumbering the anti-mandate messages 10-1. County commissioners, Board of Health members, and school boards are getting sent dozens of emails begging them to impose mask mandates for school. Commissioner Amelia Powers Gardner posted on a Facebook group called the Utah Mask-Free Businesses. Each email tells a story about a high-risk person and begs that they be protected by requiring masks for children the next school year. This is a member
So
on
these are high-risk people begging for help,
Yes.
begging for compassion.
I'm reading you the post, the Facebook post of this commissioner, Amelia Powers Gardner. For each 10 emails I get asking me to mandate masks, I'm only getting 1 or 2 asking me not to mandate masks. Well, shouldn't that be the end of it then?
You'd think.
If you care about if the mail that you get is a survey.
She said her nudge to the anti-mask community worked. And a little while later, she posted, "Update for y'all. I received 40 emails today from y'all opposing mask mandates. Good job. Keep it up." So let me say this in a different way.
All right.
So she is a commissioner for Utah County.
Mm-hmm.
Parents with immunocompromised kids, or maybe someone else in their home is immunocompromised.
Mm-hmm.
More of them than the anti-maskers are writing in saying, please have a mask mandate to protect my child or to protect my family member.
Mm-hmm.
More of them were sending in than the anti-maskers.
They cared more when it was just something they were doing because of their personal situation.
But this commissioner went on this Facebook page and said, hey, I need you to step up and send me a bunch of emails that say you don't want masks.
So here's my biggest problem with this Facebook thing is that, and people are going to say, well, they care too. Not all of those people were from Utah County. The people who were writing the commissioners before this Facebook post were kids who had parents who had kids in the schools. I'm the parent of an immune compromised kid. I couldn't let my kid, I had to tell every teacher every year, if any kid in the class gets strep, I need to know. I'll come and get my kid and take her out. She has a heart defect. She can't be in it. Strep could kill her. So they were great about that. But so you are in this. The parents who were complaining were parents who had kids in the schools.
Yeah.
These people who showed up and sent the 40 email. We don't even. They've shown they're from all over the place. They not. Some of them aren't even from Utah.
It's just. I'm so disheartened by all of this.
It's mean and it's thoughtless and it's selfish.
And my kids are old enough that they've been vaccinated. So it's a different level of worry.
Yeah.
I know so many people that have kids that don't have the ability to get vaccinated.
I have 5 grandkids and none of them are old
Yeah.
enough to be vaccinated, and they're looking at going to school.
This is a why so boner can number 1. Why can't we golden rule this stuff? Why can't we?
Why
treat
can't we just
people
do
the
what Dolly
way-
said and be nice?
Yeah.
Just be considerate.
As I recall, the leader of most of these people's fan clubs said, "Love thy
Yeah,
neighbor."
do unto others.
Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
I think he did.
If we and we could look a lot closer to home, that LDS church leaders have spoken out about being a good citizen is wearing a mask and getting a vaccine.
Anyway, boner candidate number 2, covered in spaghetti.
Sounds like the ice cream one.
Clearwater, Florida. This could be spaghetti versus ice cream fight. I don't know. Clearwater, Florida. Police responding to a 1 a.m. domestic disturbance found a Florida couple, quote, covered in spaghetti, following a physical confrontation that resulted in the pair's arrest on domestic battery charges. According to police, Stephanie Lanas, 45, and her boyfriend, Adolfo Rivera, 35, were eating a spaghetti dinner early Friday morning in their Clearwater home. A verbal argument turned violent. During the physical confrontation, police allege Lanas and Rivera each shoved a plate of spaghetti in the other's face. You know, like you've seen in the movies.
Yeah.
When Clearwater Police Department arrived at the residence, the duo was still covered in spaghetti upon the officers' arrival. They were both arrested. She was also arrested earlier in the year for allegedly stabbing the same man in an arm with a knife during a drunken confrontation. No word on what they were eating during that confrontation.
Well, I mean, on the positive side, at least it was just spaghetti this time.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, covered in spaghetti.
Also, it was not spaghetti, it was linguine.
Was
they
it?
need to
Okay.
do your journalism.
Be accurate.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I thought Blue Lives Matter. Aren't we yay cops?
That's what I
I
thought.
thought we were yay cops.
Apparently not.
Why?
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by...
It's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest reaches of Earth and reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us. Now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater. So these are longtime friends of the program, friends of X96, Offspring.
Yes.
They're playing our Nightmare Before Halloween show coming up in October. And someone who won't be part of that is their drummer, Pete Parada. He found out the hard way that some businesses and even bands are drawing a hard line on requiring vaccinations to come back to work. He posted on his social media on Tuesday that he's been ousted from the group because he won't agree to get a COVID vaccine. Beyond being replaced on the upcoming tour, Parada says he's been told not to come to the studio or anywhere else. You're not allowed around us. He claims to have a legitimate medical reason for not getting the shot. Now,
HIPAA.
and Carrie and I were going back and forth about this off the air because I had made it a boner candidate and then I pulled it off. Now he says I have medical issues that prevent me from getting it,
And that seems to be the spin that most writers are taking with it. But that's not completely accurate.
Don't you think his bandmates would know? And he could say to them, we've been through all this stuff. Let me tell you what my problems are. And they might be more compassionate or figure something out.
So there's that. He says he has Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to question whether he has that or not. But he is also many places on social media and continues to say he's supportive of anyone who resists getting the vaccine for any number of reasons, including fear of side effects, distrust of the medical and government establishments.
See, so it's more deep-seated than just I have a disease.
Yeah, he says
he has a disease, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says he's standing up for people that have understandable distrust in the system. He supports those who are anti-vax, noting that half the population is having a shockingly different reaction to these shots than expected. That's not true.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that Dexter has a PhD in microbiology.
He is a very, very smart man.
And Noodles is a smart guy, too, even though his name is Noodles.
So
that means Dexter and Noodles are the last two original members of the band. Then.
Yeah. So setting aside, he may or may not have some medical reason, but he
does. But
he continues to say, but you should be able to turn this down. Well, and I applaud, and I hope more more people, like bands and businesses and things, are saying, hey, if you want to work here, if you want to participate with us, you have to be vaccinated. So.
I know people who just won't associate with people who don't have a vaccine because they don't want to expose their families.
I'm getting in that boat. I'll tell you.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yep.
So I have more news.
Go ahead.
Yes,
COVID related, an Orem company that received millions from taxpayer-funded contracts in Utah and 4 other states is fighting a lawsuit filed in Nebraska that seeks information that validated a diagnostic test at the core of the state's coronavirus testing program, according to court records. This is an article in today's Salt Lake Tribune. The public records lawsuit filed in Nebraska on behalf of the Tribune gave them a copy of an unredacted report regarding Nomi Health's test, the accuracy, whether or not their test results were accurate.
Oh,
You remember, this was debated at some point, like, are they as accurate as the other types of tests that were being administered by, like, at the University of Utah and Intermountain? And then they ended up going away from those contracts and not using those tests later on.
And you wonder how many people were sick and didn't know it?
Or who got a test and it was negative. I don't know. And the lawsuit is in process, and so there's no conclusions yet. But the accuracy of the test by Test Utah has been debated since the early days of the pandemic, when medical experts in Utah raised questions about the program's reported positivity rates, which precipitated a change in the testing provider and the lab. So this is not insignificant. I would definitely follow that and keep track of it.
All right.
So, one more story?
Sure.
There was also a Tribune investigation into some police shootings, and there was one in West Valley. I don't know if you guys saw the video for the West Valley Sergeant Tyler Longman shot and killed a guy named Chad Breinholt in 2019. He was in police custody.
Oh, this is when he was handcuffed?
He was handcuffed. He had been having some mental health issues, and he kept saying he wanted to kill himself. He got into a altercation with one of the police, with I believe Sergeant Longman or another officer, and he had his hands on the gun. Did not actually get the gun away from the officer, but he has hands on the gun, and he was shot and killed. Sim Gill, Salt Lake District Attorney, had a press conference where he released the findings of his investigation and said that he was clearing Sergeant Longman because the law required it of him. The law, basically, in layman's terms, I'll tell you, this will give my husband heartburn, but is that if an officer feels like his life or someone else's life is at risk, he's allowed to use, or she is allowed to use, deadly force. And so it's not about, is it a legitimate threat? It's about, does the officer perceive or feel someone's life is being threatened or that there's a crime being committed? And so
that's hard to
determine. So if you have to put yourself in the officer's shoes, I think that's why you see almost all shootings are ruled justified.
Because
Representative Paul Ray from Clearfield, who's been an outspoken critic of anybody advocating for police reform, and he sits on the Utah House Law Enforcement Committee. He says the law is just fine the way it is. We're not going to change it. And I think anybody who works around whether you're defending these situations or dealing with the families or whatever, there needs to be some level of accountability that's somewhere between, officers should be punished for doing their jobs, right?
We have Sim Gill on the show about once a month, and
you could ask.
Well, and we've talked about this very thing, and he said, "I am bound by the law."
Yeah, and
this is how the law is written now. Now we need to having a conversation about changing that. I'm only bound by what that's.
And I will say that Representative Ray's quote in this article on KUER.com or KUER.org is, if we want different outcomes, people have to learn to obey law enforcement. And they have to change their attitudes. We're making excuses for people, and I'm done making excuses for people. And I would just ask Representative Ray to watch that video that the Tribune obtained and see this man having a mental health breakdown.
He's not capable
and how those officers treated him and why it escalated to the point that it did. It never needed to get to this point. And that one is, there's many, but it was just sickening to watch that mental health crisis turn into a criminal act because the right action wasn't taken by the officers in that situation.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
You want some sports?
Yeah,
I got
go
sports.
ahead.
We got some sports here. So first of all, I wanted to tell everyone to go back and look on YouTube at the video of Safan Hassan. She's a runner from the Netherlands. She fell down in the last lap of the 1,500 meter run in a qualifying round. So it was in the semifinal round to qualify for fun. The top 6 runners advance. She gets tripped by another runner, falls down. She trips over her, and she has to pass everybody in that last lap, and which she does. And she basically just has to get in the top 6, but she wins it. She wins the heat. And the entire time, the commentators are saying, this is terrible for her, even though she qualified. She used all her energy, and she's really was trying to save herself for the 5,000 meter race, which is tonight. And she ends up winning the gold medal in the 5,000 meter race.
Good for her.
The interviews with her are really fun and just a great Olympic story. There's a lot of really good sportsmanship Olympic stories if you're looking for them. But a bad Olympic story, Suni Lee, who won the all-around gold medal, said that she's probably going to get off Twitter after now that she's done with her Olympic competition because
people are terrible.
People are terrible. They're mean. They're hypercritical, and everyone's like, you need to be more mentally tough. These are people who clearly have never had to do something with people pelting you with their little peon opinions.
Exactly.
Constantly. That stuff causes some doubt.
Sure.
Maybe they hit on something that you is a sensitivity for you or whatever. Anyway, she said it led to her having sort of a not her best performance on her favorite apparatus. So she's going to stay on TikTok, which she loves and finds to be very entertaining, and maybe Instagram, but she said Twitter's done. She's out.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Oh, so we're done with the rain, but the smoke is back. Patchy smoke will be around today, and a high of 93. We'll be back up to 100 tomorrow, it looks like. And traffic, we have a crash northbound I-15, 65th south in Midvale, milepost 299, affecting both the right and left shoulders there. That's the only accident UDOT's reporting, though. If you want to report something and see it, and it's safe for you to text, all of that can happen at 33986. Boner candidate number 3. I thought Blue Lives Matter, right? Social media users are claiming that District of Columbia police officer Michael Fanoni, now you've probably seen him. He's one of the Capitol police officers who testified recently. Some people give him a hard time because he has a neck tattoo. That might tell you who he is. Oh, that's terrible. He has a neck tattoo. Well, they're being passed around on far-right social media that he was photographed carrying a Confederate flag inside the U.S. Capitol, storming the building.
No.
It's not him.
Not him.
It's someone that sort of looks like him, but they've identified who that person is. That person's name is Kevin Seafried, I believe. And he's notified by he's identified by multiple news agencies in multiple pictures.
This is the person, not the other guy.
Yes.
Okay.
But they are being
it doesn't stop
ruthless.
Yeah.
These poor Capitol police officers. There have been 4 suicides so far of Capitol police officers just from January 6th. They have been bullied. Not just during that January 6th incident, but since then, they've been bullied in social media.
Constantly harassed at their homes.
They were doing their jobs. This poor guy now is being accused. And there are people on social media that won't read the corrections.
No.
They won't see that this is...
Who's Snoping Snopes?
Yeah, this will get passed around.
I did my research.
It's horrible. And it's boner candidate number 3.
All right.
Vote for 3, please. Vote for 3. Just no spaghetti, please.
No spaghetti.
Try to keep a fair election here.
Yes. No influence.
Free and fair election. We're not Florida, Texas, or Georgia. All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
A boner candidate number 1. Why can't we golden rule this stuff? This is this Utah County Commission representative.
That's also a good candidate, strong candidate, but
that wasn't getting enough anti-mask email, and so she went to Facebook, to an anti-mask Facebook group, and posted, "Hey,
I need some.
I need some support and cover for what I want to vote to do." That's what she needed.
Exactly.
Oh, so maddening.
All right.
And of course, number 2, don't vote for it. It's the
spaghetti fight.
The spaghetti fight.
But you can vote for number 3.
Sure.
I have a sister who's a police officer, and it's really a tough situation.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. You've got to decide of these three candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round one's voting. So take a look at that winner and then look at these and choose strategically. Send one of these three forward to Boner Fight because between round one and round two, we're going to have a winner and you're going to vote for that at 9:20. Right now, advance your candidate from this round two. 1, 2, or 3. Remember the candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice votes at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 4, 2021, and vote there. You only have, looks like 4 minutes to vote. And then once we announce the winner, we'll get to things that must go. All of that coming up. Stand by. 47, let's award round 2 of your boner.
And it's brought to you in part by, well, it's Taco Tuesday. Didn't everybody have tacos? And it's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest reaches of Earth and reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us. Now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater. Boner candidate number 1 was, why can't we golden rule this stuff? This is this Utah County Commission woman who wasn't getting enough anti-mask emails to support her desire to not have a mask mandate in Utah County schools. So she went on a anti-mask Facebook page and asked for people to email her, and they did. Boner candidate number 2, covered in spaghetti. This is the horrible story of 2 people in Florida having a domestic violence issue with both of them ending up covered in spaghetti. And boner candidate number 3, I thought Blue Lives Matter, right? Poor Capitol Police officers, they just can't catch a break. And now they're trying to claim that one of them, well, it was actually a protester. We have the photographic evidence. This is appearing on right-wing social media. Not true, not him, debunked several times, but it'll still get passed around.
Yep.
Derek won the Radio from Hell tote bag and handily winning today. Boner candidate number 3. I thought Blue Lives Matter.
All right, there's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward. It might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does going up against the winner of round 1. You'll decide boner of the day between those 2 at 9:20 with Boner Fights. Things that must go now, brought to you by.
You love your pets, but nobody loves the stains they leave behind. Zero Res has a specialized method to remove stains, leaves your carpet clean and smelling fresh. Schedule your appointment with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning today. That's ZeroResSaltLake.com and ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
Things that must go on the radio.
These are things that are bugging you. What's bugging you? Email us and tell us, and we will make them go away magically by reading them on the air. RadioFromHell at x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. I'll go first.
Okay.
If there's Diet Coke in the fridge and you did not purchase said Diet Coke, it's not your Diet Coke.
Don't consume it.
It's mine. Having to drink a warm one today because I hid it under my desk because I can't put it in the fridge because someone will take it. This from Emily. Going to open a packet of foam earplugs, and there's only one in the package.
Oh.
I just checked. I still have 2 ears. I haven't Van Gogh'd anything. Let's see. This is from, please don't use my name. Every legislator and state elected official posting pictures that they were at the Garth Brooks concert.
Oh, great.
Apparently you aren't a legislator if you didn't post a picture of you at the concert. It's why we're having a...
I like country music. I'm a man of the people.
That's exactly
That's
what
all you're
it is.
doing. It's such performative art.
Yeah.
You know?
We're impressed that you're doing something like going to a country music concert. Dearest Radio from Hell, I hope things are going well for you. Here's one thing that must go. Gina, you told radio listeners about a super secret way to avoid traffic on 3rd West, and they all took your advice. To be fair, Utahns would have figured it out eventually, but you accelerated the process. When you put stuff on the radio, people listen.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just trying to go to Costco on 3rd West is impossible now with all the construction. You guys are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Love, good friend of the program, Allison Sabo. Amy, you want to go next?
Okay, so you can thank you, Pauline, for sending this one in. I have 2 things that I need to go away. One, getting promised a promotion, and 3 months later, no promotion, even though I'm doing the work of the manager. Number 2, the rental market. My lease renewal is set for the end of September. They're raising my rent $230 per month. Sure, let me pull that extra money out of my A drive. The rental market prices are too darn high. Good morning, Radio from Hell. My things that must go are baseball coaches who kick kids off their team because they keep losing games. I think that means you aren't doing your job, coach, but let's blame the kids instead, which is exactly what the coaches do when they decide to devastate the 10-year-old boys by telling them that their own team doesn't want them anymore. Game after game, loss after loss, those boys keep showing up and playing hard because they're dedicated to their team. So sad, honestly quite pathetic. But here, I have another suggestion for you. How about we stop worrying about winning and losing when it comes to youth sports?
Yeah.
Because
then kids will have the experience you're looking for.
I'd rather light a candle than curse the darkness. I would just say to these parents, your kid may grow up to have a fine career in morning radio.
There you go.
Because I've been there.
But also, like, do you want to be on that team anymore?
No.
Like, I some gifts come in a bad package, but yeah, that's a gift. Go find a different team to play on. And then this guy, this is a gentleman. And Grant, I'm going to say to you, you need to maybe take up some yoga, some resistance training. But good morning, lords and lady, 20-plus year listener. My main thing that must go is the misuse of acronyms. ETA, estimated time of arrival. If the internet is down, don't tell me there is no ETA. The internet isn't arriving. CPU, central processing unit. The IT department didn't replace your CPU. They replaced your entire machine, unless, of course, they really open it up and replace the processor.
Well, this is very specific.
I know. There's more. I don't know. But the list goes on. If you are inclined to use acronyms, please know that what you are saying before you say it. And I would say, Grant, it's okay. It's going to be all right. Drink Gina's Diet Coke. It'll be fine. My thing that must go is having animal control, but not actually doing animal control. I helped, there was a dog running in and out of traffic on 5400 South, about 2200 West the other day. I stopped because I had a leash and these poor guys were chasing this dog in traffic, which was very dangerous. Everyone, I mean, that's those flex lanes. It's like 6 or 8 lanes wide there. We got the dog. Some guy had some raw chicken in his car. I don't know why, but
like you do.
And we caught the dog, and this door-to-door salesman from EcoShield volunteered to hold the dog there while I ran home and called animal control. Well, animal control has reduced hours because of COVID, and why that is the case, I have no idea. And then secondly, they said, because the dog is contained, like on a leash with a door-to-door salesman is considered contained, they would not probably respond. And I said, well,
what am I supposed to do with this dog?
Well, I can't bring this dog home. And then is this guy going to stand there all night?
I was going to say, that's when you go, he just dropped the rope. He's uncontained now.
I didn't say that. And the woman really was very unhappy with me. But my thing is this. We need animal control. We need to be able to call and say, there's a dog loose in the neighborhood, right? It's not safe for the drivers. It's not safe for people in the neighborhood.
We can get into this later because I have a completely different experience.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it.
All right. Let's see. This one from, please just use my first name, Karen. People who don't get vaccinated and then go to work and get the entire office exposed and or sick. So now my job is twice as much work. If you're not going to get vaccinated, at least be honest and wear your damn mask. Okay. Let's see. This one from, please don't use my name. That one person in every meeting that must talk about something or brings up a problem just to show everyone how bloody important they are. Newsflash. You've done nothing but made it crystal clear that what you have to say holds no relevance to the real world, and we are all giving you a long roll of the eye. Stop it. Also the phrase, it takes a village. Seems you only use this when it benefits you and not the rest of us. The village. All right.
Good point.
Let's see, this one from Timmy. Lane loafers must go. Get out of the way. My neighbor's dog psychotically barking at me every time I have the audacity to exist in my own backyard. And finally, my dead father's hoarder junk. We've been drowning in it for months, trying to clear the house out, including but not limited to a collection of things that can only logically add up to the conclusion of him being a serial killer that was never caught. Bags of drugs, thousands of marijuana seeds from the 70s, several dozen empty coffee cans for no reason, several dozen more coffee cans full of rusted nails and screws, boxes full of old nudie mags that he had hidden in the garage and shed.
This sounds like a treasure chest, not garbage.
Boxes full of useless paperwork, 3 entire dumpsters of garbage and useless junk he held on to for 30-plus years, and all the dead rodents that were mixed in.
Give us the address.
But I digress.
Somebody needs those cans of nuts and bolts.
And finally, this from Dr. Paul White. Thing that must go is people running past me very closely from behind as I walk around Liberty Park. I purposely started walking on the outer edge of the park in the opposite direction, so that's north on 5th and south on 7th, last spring to cut down on folks coming up from behind me and me being in their breath wake.
Yes.
It still happens once or twice a week. You can see me and my headphones, usually a Radio from Hell or a Geek Show podcast on, so you can avoid coming within a foot or two, yes, that close of me. Also, turning my back and giving me a dirty look as I cut you off your path may get me running after you and another 20 or 30 pounds for a few seconds. But then again, me being a big black man, that could probably be dangerous on my part.
Things that must go on the radio. Well, you'll have to excuse me because I have.
Because on this day,
In 1962, Paul Reynolds.
which one was he?
Well, there's not a lot of guitar in the
There's enough.
A Flock of Seagulls, but yeah, I guess he's the guitarist for A Flock of Seagulls. And it's his birthday today.
And we played that one for you because we know you're tired of hearing Iran.
Yeah. I ran so far away. Ah.
So back to this dog control issue.
Okay. Yes.
Amy Donaldson is here.
Yes. Can we talk about dog and cat issues, please?
And she just said in That Must Go a few moments ago that she calls, she lives out in West Valley. And
I live in Taylorsville, so West Valley Animal Control is my animal control, I guess.
So you call
my jurisdiction.
You call animal control about animal control, and
which I've done on a number of occasions.
They don't really reply, or if they do, they.
No, honestly, what happened? Like one morning, a very friendly pit bull came and tried to play with my dogs while we were on a run. I have a dog that's reactive, and he's okay with other dogs, so it worked out all right because the dog was friendly. but it could have been a problem. But the bigger issue I saw is there's all these little kids that wait for the bus in a little while, and a lot of them are afraid of dogs.
Sure.
I know this because I walk through my neighborhood with my dogs, and I walk a couple of neighbors' dogs, and they're afraid, even of the friendly dogs. So I'm thinking dog running free is going to terrorize these little kids. So I call, and they said, we're not open. I called, police dispatch picks up the phone when they're not open. They're not open, and they won't come if there's not a problem. So honestly, if there's not someone's life, like a dog is not running in traffic, or if there is not imminent threat of some problem, and you say this, and if you say I'm working, I lured this dog, she just followed us to my house, and I got her in I have a little fenced garden area.
Yeah.
At the time my garden, it was winter, so I put her in there, and of course she's barking, which I'm sure my neighbors appreciated at 6 a.m. But I said to them, these kids are going to be waiting for the bus, and it's going to be a problem. Oh,
you want to wait till there's a problem?
They came at like 12:30. So I don't know what time they came to work, but they couldn't get to me and the stray dog until 12:30. Meantime, we put it on KSL's Lost Pets
Have you seen this
thing,
dog?
and Facebook and everything else. And we found the owner eventually, but she didn't have a tag on. So for me, it's even more unnerving what they've done with cats. So now if you find a stray cat, you try to take it to a shelter, to animal control. Unless there's a problem with it, it has a medical problem, they will not take it.
So what are you supposed to do with it? Just
They
let it
consider
go?
them community cats. And what rescue groups now are trying to do, like Cause, will come and trap these cats and get them fixed for you, which we pay for. There are nice veterinarians who give us a discount, but still, we need to step up our animal.
Well, no, you
control.
need.
There's too many.
You need to move to the east side.
I know.
Because
That's what I hear.
on our east side, our animal control is actually a little out of control. I've got an animal control officer who is harassing my dog groomer.
What do you?
Okay.
Why would you? Why,
In what
why
way?
would
She's
that be?
new.
Oh.
Goes right into her shop. I need to see the vaccination records of all these dogs now.
Serious.
I mean,
meanwhile, I'm being chased on the Jordan River
being
Parkway
chased
by off-leash dogs because, and I've been told by Murray Police, we don't police that for off-leash dog issues, which I can barely take my reactive dog anywhere because people don't feel the need to put their dog on a leash.
Not only do I need to see all the vaccination records of all of these dogs right now, what is that dog doing in that carrier? That's not approved, that carrier. That's too small, that carrier.
Did she have a complaint
No.
lodged against her
No.
or something?
She was new.
She's a new business, and so
No, it's not a new business. The dog control officer, the animal control officer, was new.
oh,
So she's like really excited to do her job.
well, I have some exciting things for her to deal with.
Okay, I'll
Yes.
just say,
Some
send her out.
actual
I mean, I'm
problems.
tired
Up to the
of
west
giving
side.
people lectures on being considerate. I take dogs that are in boarding that just need a break from boarding, that are trying to get adopted, and I walk them on the Jordan Parkway. And every single time we have an issue with somebody who has an off-leash dog, and I'm convinced they're the same people who do not want to wear a mask because there's a sense of entitlement
Could be.
that my public space is
would-
mine.
I
I
can
would
do
just-
whatever I want, wherever I want, in whatever
And
way
again,
I want.
Just move to the east side because these same animal control officers just sit and park in a parking lot and just sit and, wait for something
Why do you
to
get
happen.
everything better?
No idea.
I mean, I just,
No
It
idea.
doesn't make any sense. The parkway's amazing. We're so lucky to have this
Yeah.
really beautiful trail system that runs all the way through an urban area, and it's terrorized by jerks
Yeah,
who
well,
let their dogs poop all over
and that
and
being
don't
said,
clean it up.
I'm sure the animal control people would say, "Well, you have no idea what we're dealing with," and I get that. Your
And they're
budgets,
understaffed.
your
and
budgets have been cut.
yeah.
I'm sure you're understaffed, and I get that. It's a problem with the legislature and who's distributing the money to whom. They don't.
It's
see
not just
this
the
as a
legislature, and
priority.
I'm letting Taylorsville City Council, Murray City Council, and West Valley City Council
Yeah.
know I am going to be coming to them with these problems because they need to deal with, especially the cat issue. If you're not going to take care of community cats, then you need to help and support rescues with some money. If you're going
grant
to
or
put this
something to-
on
yeah.
regular, ordinary people to deal with, there are ramifications for every problem that you turn your head on. If you don't control the cat population, disease goes up. They kill
Listen.
birds. They kill native species.
Listen, I hear you, Miss Donaldson, but there's a Walmart moving in, and I need to give them a tax break.
Yes.
So we can't.
And also, please, can you have your dog groomer send that woman to the Parkway? I will give her so much to do.
I've got business for you,
I've
lady.
got business
Sounds
for that
good to me.
lady. East Side Animal Control people, come on down to the Parkway. Meet me there. My dog is a magnet for off-leash dogs.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight coming up after this, along with Big Boy News and Opinionuendo. HasterGames.com is the website, but of course they'd like you to come down to the store. Haster Games is at 6831 South State Street. They are locally owned and operated. And they've been dealing in Dungeons and Dragons and Pokemon and Magic the Gathering and miniatures and dice before it was cool.
Now everybody's doing it.
I never thought I'd say that in my life, but D&D is cool, and they want to help you out with it. You can get started in there. In-store gaming has returned to Haster Games, so check their calendar for events and requirements. 2 exciting new games available at the store are Kemet, Blood and Sand, and Summoner Wars 2nd Edition. Now, both these games are updated versions of previous games. Kemet, Gina, is a beautiful miniatures game set in ancient Egypt.
Oh.
The players take on the roles of an Egyptian god to wage war against other players controlling a god of their own.
Cool.
There you go. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
And, you can swap the miniatures out. You could have Eddie from Iron Man.
I've got those, yes.
And have that be one of your people. Summoner Wars is a dice and card game with emphasis on players, factions, and deck customization. The 2nd edition of the game contains updated factions as well as totally new ones. If you've played this game, you know what we're talking about. Available this Friday, the August 6th, is Magic the Gathering 2021 Arena Starter Kit. The starter kit includes 2 complete and ready-to-play Magic decks, each with their own special foil cards and starter kit. Also comes with a code card for use in the online game, Magic the Gathering Arena. And an upcoming event next week is the pre-release for the new Pokemon set, Evolving Skies. Participants will get a sneak preview of the yet-to-be-released Pokemon cards and can use these new cards to play games and earn cool prizes. That'll be Saturday, August 14th, starting at 11. Haster has it. Go to HasterGames.com for the info. All right. Let's see now. It is 9:21. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or so minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Park City's annual Savor the Cocktail contest. We're going to be talking to our friend Ginger. We've talked to Ginger before about that, coming up after the news. Runs now through August 31st. Enjoy original cocktails from participating bars and restaurants. Then vote for your favorites. You must be at least 21 to participate. Find details at parkcityrestaurants.com. Speaking of Park City, everyone attending the 2022 Sundance Film Festival's Utah events must get vaccinated against COVID-19 first, the festival director announced. Quote, "Will be requiring all participants attending the festival or Sundance-affiliated events in person in Utah to be fully vaccinated," Tabitha Jackson, the festival director, wrote in a message released Tuesday by the Sundance Institute. "The message is going out now, nearly 6 months before the festival, so you have no excuse for saying I didn't have time to get it." Happening January 20th through the 30th, 2022, to ensure all in-person participants feel comfortable attending and can adjust their travel plans if needed.
Now, this is not a problem because Rob Schneider does not have any films in the upcoming Sundance Film Festival.
You're going to be shocked when you find out who will or will not come.
It'll be interesting, won't it?
Because I promise you'll be disappointed in one of your heroes.
Oh, absolutely.
This is revealed a lot the last few years. Have been.
I stopped having actual human heroes. All of my heroes now are imaginary.
Yeah, well, try being a woman sports fan.
Yeah.
That'll cure you.
Details on other health issues such as mask rules and theater capacity will be announced closer to the festival. And another interesting side note to this, so obviously it was all online, all digital this last year, no in-person Sundance stuff. They had a record year.
Well, yes.
For profit for the Sundance Film Festival.
Exactly.
Record participation, record money making.
Again, being able to see these movies from home was terrific. I know it's millions of dollars of tourist money and all of that stuff. I get it. But as far as someone who attends the festival, this was so much better than standing in line. You know?
Well, it made it more accessible. There are a lot of people who can't. They have issues. Maybe they can't be in crowds, or some of these venues are not accessible. Yeah. So there were a lot of ways in which it was much more convenient. I would argue there was less to do. Remember, there wasn't much in the way of sports at that time. So I think there was probably more interest that way. And a lot of studios were not releasing films because they wanted to put them in theaters to get them.
So they are going to keep that digital element, though, for next year. So I think I think you're going to see that in a lot of areas where the things that pivoted during the pandemic ended up working pretty well and will remain.
And there are theaters that want to show these films that don't have hearing impaired accessibility equipment. That can be done on streaming. So that's really great. There are a lot of things that were good that came out of this, but if you're not keeping some of those things, I don't know why you wouldn't.
Exactly.
You make a bigger audience for your. Hey, Utah's extreme heat.
Yes.
It's exacting a pretty painful price for residents who have had to endure the higher temperatures, especially those in urban settings. In American Fork, we had a young boy who died from heat stroke after being left in a car for a couple hours. A homeless woman also was a victim of heat stroke on the streets of Salt Lake. But researchers say that, because these are weather-related deaths that people don't pay as much attention to because they're not tornadoes or earthquakes or floods, right? Those grab headlines and freak people out. But more people die from extreme heat or cold, as many as 12,000 people a year, according to the National Weather Service. Amy O'Donoghue has done a really great article in the Deseret News about this, and I recommend people read it. Also, interesting article in the Tribune about Utah's oil and gas industry. I think everybody thought that when President Biden put a temporary moratorium on new leases, because he wanted to review, are we drilling where we should be drilling, or are we he just wanted to get a check of where we were at. People were upset about it, but Utah's oil and gas fields last January with newly installed pumps, they're doing just as brisk a business, or if not more so, than under the 6-month period under Donald Trump's industry-friendly reign as president, according to this article by Brian Maffley in the Salt Lake Tribune. Yeah, also really interesting. There was a lot of doom and gloom and a lot of people saying this was going to be devastating for the energy industry. They called it a ban. It wasn't a ban. It was a pause. But no, everything is great, and I don't know why we're still paying nearly $4 for basic unleaded
It's Biden's
gas.
fault. It's Joe Biden's fault.
It's got nothing to do with supply. It's the supply chains. That's why it's costing so much.
I don't believe it. I think it's a conspiracy, and I think it's because you won't leash your ding dogs.
That's it.
That's it.
All right. Oh, and big news. Big celebrity wedding news.
Before we get to the boner fight, what do you got?
Actor John Corbett, no. He's
Who's that?
He's Aiden on Sex and the City.
Which one is he?
He's in Northern Exposure.
I didn't see that.
My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
I didn't see that.
You know who he is. If you saw him, you would be like, "Oh, he's."
Would I say that guy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, for 20 years, you know who he's been dating for 20 years?
Who?
Bo Derek.
He's really.
Who's quite a bit older than him.
Yes.
Gary's trying to do the math right now.
I'll just say, good for Bo.
They secretly got married during the pandemic.
Like a lot of people secretly got married.
Maybe we should finally make this official. Actually, she's not that much older than him.
Oh, really?
I thought she was. She's 64.
And he's
60.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's
that's fine. So good for them. Good for them.
Oh,
There's
adorable.
some happy news.
Way to go, Bo. And what's your name?
John.
John.
Corbett.
Steve.
I'll show you pictures.
Mr. Bo Derek.
Dennis, Mr. Bo Derek. There you go.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, we don't pick them, you do. And first round, you picked Ice Cream Crazy. It's a guy who robbed 9 ice cream stores, got arrested. They put an ankle monitor on him. They sent him back out into the world. What does he do? He robs 2 or 3 more ice cream stores. They know exactly who he is. He's Ice Cream Crazy. That going up against Blue Lives Matter. I thought Blue Lives Matter. Didn't we say Blue Lives Matter?
That's
this
what they
is
say.
the continued harassment of these Capitol Police officers. This time, it's harassment on right-wing social media against Michael Fanoni, who they claim was photographed carrying a Confederate flag and being one of the people that stormed the Capitol. It's not him. It's a different guy that's been identified in many different news outlets, but it doesn't matter. They put it out there on their social media, and it's just making his life and other Capitol Police officers' life horrible. It continues.
All right. So there you go. That's your boner candidates for Boner of the Day for today. You need to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or you can call. Katie will take your voice vote in the producer's booth. Oh, she's doing it now. 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight August 4, 2021. Now, if you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. See, we just put the box up there. So takes a sec to catch up. You only have 4 minutes to do it. This is Boner of the Day. Let's go. And air. Now, this is, we got a bit of a reprieve from the heat, but it's still...
it's coming back. Tomorrow we'll be back up around 100.
It's still plenty warm, so you need to get your air conditioning tuned up. It's $39 right now while it's hot as hail. So make sure your cooling system is up and running for only $39. And maybe it's making some noise. Maybe you're not sure about it. This is the perfect opportunity to get your air conditioning taken a look at. And they have discounts for any service. You're probably not thinking about a furnace right now.
Now's the time to think about a furnace.
It really is, because they got $350 off an AC or furnace replacement happening right now. And if you take care of it now, then you're set for when winter comes. It's a time to replace your AC system. Like I said, maybe it's making some noise. They are fully stocked with a range of options to fit your needs. So whether it's the big ones, like replacing a whole system, or just a minor repair, really, scotthale.com for a full access to all of this. You can call them 801-264-HALE. But if you just go to scotthale.com, all your information's there. All right, so let's award the boner of the day.
And it's brought to you by Taco Tuesday. Didn't everybody have tacos yesterday?
I forgot.
You should have had tacos.
It was Tuesday.
Let's see. Well, you guys did the right thing here.
Yay.
Boner candidate number 1 was a silly candidate. It was the ice cream crazy.
That guy's a hero, frankly.
Ice cream crazy bandit who robbed 12 different ice cream stores. Even with an ankle monitor, they knew it was him. He kept doing it anyway.
This is a McDonaldland character that they missed out on. There was no ice cream bandit, and there should have been.
This is what is it from Arctic Circle? The brown topper bandit?
Yeah.
Well, now that's different. Don't Google that, whatever you do.
Especially
the
at
chocolate
work.
dipped ice cream cone, okay?
Okay.
Okay, the butterscotch bandit.
Went up
That's even
against went up against boner candidate number 2. I thought Blue Lives Matter, right? Isn't that what we said? That these poor Capitol Police officers. I mean, there could be a boner every day associated with this story.
There could, yeah.
But this particular one was far right-wing social media, taking pictures of Capitol Police officers saying, hey, no, they were part of the problem. They're part of the Antifa. No, they're not.
They weren't.
It's not true. That one handily. Well done, everybody.
That's your boner of the day for today, August 4th, 2021. Now qualified to be boner of the week. You don't get to decide boner of the week. Dave Mattson comes in here. Dave, the flower guy, comes in at 9:45.
Dictator Dave is what we like to call him.
Well, he's a Republican politician from Georgia, so he's here to take your vote away and just tell you who won.
He's just here to say you have to vote for me.
Yeah.
just trust us. Just trust me.
All right, let's see. We got, let's get...
The following is a sponsored feature.
And let's get Ginger on the phone here. Let's see. I got to make sure I press all the buttons. Ginger, hi.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great. How are you?
We're doing good on this end.
It's Ginger Wicks from the Park City Restaurant Association. Now, this how long has this contest been going?
Well, this year we kicked it off in June, but we've done it every year
years?
for probably the past 15
See, that's what I
years,
thought.
would say.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, a long time.
Because I was called in twice to be a judge on this.
Well, now anybody can be a judge.
And now everyone can. You get to experience the fun and joy that I did. Boy, it's a great time. So Ginger,
It is a good time.
walk people through this, the annual Savor the Cocktail contest.
So, like I said, we kicked it off in June. It runs to the end of this month, so August 31st. We've got 15 different restaurants participating. They've all created their own unique summer cocktail, and you get to just go into any of the establishments, try out the cocktails, and then you can go online and vote for your favorite cocktail. So it's a great opportunity, given the span of the cocktail contest, you have the ability to try all of them, there's some good ones out there.
Oh, absolutely.
What's some unusual ones? Because I know sometimes they do, like a traditional, like an old-fashioned, their take on that. But are there some unusual ones this year?
Well, I actually think they're all very unique. Currently in first place is Handle. It's Handle Rum Cocktail, and it's got all these amazing edible flowers that float in the top of it. So if you go to our website, parkcityrestaurants.com, you can see all the cocktails. You can actually see the recipes for all the cocktails and then also a photo. So you can really narrow it down to the spirits that maybe you like.
That's a beautiful drink.
Let me see, Gina.
It looks
I know.
like
Are you looking online?
Yeah,
isn't it pretty?
I just went to parkcityrestaurants.com, and that looks like a centerpiece on your table. You can.
And here's the thing: those edible flowers, people think that they're so and elite and all that. No, they're very cool. They can take something just ordinary and make it look extraordinary.
Yeah. I would say the theme this year, if you just are online and scrolling through the images, I mean, they're all just so colorful. Hearth and Hill has a super vibrant pink cocktail. It's called the Kimball Cactus. And then also Versante Hearth Bar has a botanical dragon that is really cool purple colors, which, anyways, very vibrant cocktails this year to go with the summer, I guess.
Well, we've got a lot of very talented bartenders and mixologists, not just in the state, but Salt Lake City and certainly up in Park City. I mean, and that's why you guys have been doing this for 15 years now. I know High West won last year, right?
Correct. Yes, we did.
And they, it's always great for a bar or restaurant to keep trying to win year after year.
Oh, Carrie, here's one you'll like. The Lexington Lemonade.
Okay, hit me.
It's bourbon, bitters, orange simply lemonade, mint, and an orange slice. Simple drink.
Yeah.
I can taste that right now.
That sounds delicious.
It sounds delicious. So
yes, you can enjoy that one up at the Stein Eriksen Lodge.
We can go up and see Dave up there while we're up there.
Exactly.
The mixologist with the most votes wins $500 cash, and of course bragging rights and all of that.
Yep. Exactly.
So it's very simple. The complete list is at parkcityrestaurants.com.
But go up there and try them out. Don't just vote. Go have dinner at a couple of these different restaurants, try them out, and then vote.
So you've got 15, and you've got the entire month of August, and August is a long month, so plenty of time, right?
Plenty of time. And Park City is a great place to escape some of the hot temperatures we've had. So it's a win-win to come up into the mountains for sure.
And, of course, we have to say this. You must be 21 years old, limit 1 vote per person. Okay, so we got that taken care of.
Yes.
Well, all right. I won't ask you if you have a favorite one on the list, Ginger, because you have to be,
impartial.
Above board.
I get that question asked all the time, and, I got to be politically correct. I would say that I have been trying them all summer long, and they're very good. So definitely get out and indulge yourself.
You may get into a situation that I did, and that is you can't pick a winner because you're like, I've got 3 that I really love, And
this is why you can't have kids, Gary.
Exactly. All right, Ginger, thank you so much.
Go to Park City.
Thanks, you guys. Have a great day.
ParkCityRestaurants.com.
Yeah, and call us when you get a winner and let us know, okay?
I will. We're going to announce the winner on September 1st, so I will for sure let you know.
All right. Thank you very much, Ginger.
All right.
Ginger Wicks from the Park City Restaurant Association. We'll take a break. We'll crawl towards the exits after these. Stand by. RandLife.com. Now, refinancing your home loan.
Yes.
It's important to keep an eye on that thing.
Well, because the rates change.
The rates change. There are different circumstances. And that's why it's important to have somebody smart looking at it for you, because they know this business so well. Rand Life will keep an eye on the markets and the eye on everything, and they'll let you know, hey, maybe you want to refinance.
Well, and they're keeping a local eye on it. They are a local company, which means they know the particular ins and outs of the housing market here along the Wasatch Front. That makes a difference, too.
And there's a lot of misinformation out there that Rand Life can clear up for you. Now is a good time to think about refinancing because it takes about 18 days or so to refinance currently, and often no appraisal is needed. It can be done quickly and seamlessly, and Rand Life can do it all for you.
And do it mostly online, actually.
Exactly.
You don't even have to do most of it in person. The e-close is the thing that makes it really easy.
And here's an even better part. Free, no-obligation quotes from all of their experienced loan officers. Go to randlife.com.
Various conspiracy theories suggest that the X96 app, well,
Okay.
Bob Odenkirk is fine.
He's just fine.
He's just fine.
And his name is Ba.
Ba.
Bodenkirk. Yeah.
He's fine. I wonder how he's celebrating National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day.
Well, I don't know. I have a list, though.
You do?
Would you like a list?
Sure. People love a list.
People love a good list, don't they?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
See? We told you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just make that up.
No.
You have to have a jingle. 30 awkward situations that are embarrassing for no real reason.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can find embarrassing situations all the time.
Sure.
But these are things that just happen, you're embarrassed about, but you shouldn't be.
Because they happen to everybody?
They happen to everybody. So, I mean, here's the first one.
I know what's going to be number one.
Well, this is the first example.
Okay.
Sitting there while people sing you happy birthday.
I hate that.
I love it.
I'm
a Leo. I love it. Sing away.
But see, again, that's
Carrie,
something...
I've actually been in the crowd when you seem fine. You didn't seem embarrassed.
It was a little embarrassing.
Because where do you look? Do you look at where?
Yeah, where do you look?
Yeah,
I look at my fans and I wave. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
When people watch you do things, then it makes you forget how to do things normally.
Yes.
Here's a better example.
Okay.
Pretending to need something else at the grocery store until the person moves out of the way of what you actually need.
Yes.
Because he's always standing there in
Yes.
front of that.
You could just say, "Excuse me, can I get to that ketchup?"
No, but you don't though.
No.
I do.
You do?
Out of the way.
Most people just stand
I
back.
politely say hi. I'm waiting to get that iced tea there behind your. Mostly because there are only a few things I need, and they're very specific.
Here's one. When your chair moves and makes the fart noise, and then you have to try to recreate it to let everybody know that you didn't fart.
We've all been there.
Or you're saying, "Oh, this leather chair that makes that
Yes.
sound," or you actually fart, which I think is far more embarrassing. I farted in front of Governor Levitt once. That was very embarrassing.
Now you're bragging, okay?
No, it was on a walk too. We were out it was a thing about being healthy.
Well, that's
I had never met him. I'd never interviewed him, and they sent me up there, and yeah, I did.
Yeah, there's no chair that you can try to make the sound
I was like,
in that
what,
situation.
did I step on a duck?
Now, here's one I have no problem with. Walking out of a store without buying anything. That doesn't embarrass
I do
me.
if I use their toilet.
Yes.
Like if I go to the gas
I feel
station,
bad.
I
Yes.
buy things I don't need.
Yes.
Here's a good one. Okay, you go to a club to meet somebody, you meet a friend at the bar or whatever, then you both walk out. You say goodbye and you both walk the same direction
And
together.
you keep going. Yeah. Like, oh, I guess we're still walking together.
I'm not if it's my friend.
Yeah.
Sometimes if it's like a business lunch and we follow
That's
each other,
kinda weird.
that's
Yeah.
weird. Yeah.
Opening cards, trying to act like you don't see money in there.
I stopped doing that at like age 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
And you want to read. What's more embarrassing is trying to be interested in what they wrote to you.
Yes.
That's what's more embarrassing.
Walking back after bowling. You throw the ball, you turn around, and you walk back. That's embarrassing.
I
for
think
some
what's
people.
more embarrassing is when you do the leg sweep and you're not good.
I'm not good. No.
So but you can't help it.
It's
like
just the way the weight
it's
goes.
the way the physics works.
Yes.
And so you do it, and people are like, "Why are you doing the leg sweep? You suck."
Here's one that I know two of us in this room can relate to. Getting out of the pool.
Well,
I'll just stay there till everybody's gone. I'll wait. I
don't
can be
see,
here all day.
Going to the Olympics in Brazil cured me of getting out of the pool anxiety or going to the pool anxiety. I don't care anymore.
Introducing yourself to the class on the first day.
Also not embarrassing.
A little embarrassing for some people. Let's see. When you see someone coming your direction from super far away and you have to awkwardly wait until they're close enough until you smile or say hi or you're even sure that that's who that is.
More embarrassing is when someone waves and you wave back and they are not waving at you. That is more embarrassing. And I'm like, "What up? Have a great day."
I have crappy eyesight. So I all the time will I might know that person, but I don't know if I know that person. So I will wave and smile just to try to cover my bases.
Here's one. When someone knocks on the door while you're in the restroom and you have to answer so that they know you're in there.
Yes.
Because you're expecting this person or something.
It's Ali Wong, I think, does a bathroom on going to the bathroom at work versus being able to go in your home.
Mm-hmm.
And I love this. They're timing me. They're looking at my shoes. They're recognizing my shoes.
Exactly. Here's one. This one. Someone holding the door open for you, but you're still a bit far away from the door.
And you have to hurry.
You have to run.
Yeah, that happens. I hate that. Now, again, we shouldn't be embarrassed, but we are.
Because it happens to everybody.
Let's see. Walking up the stairs in front of someone, if there's a line and then you go up the stairs. Yeah. Parking next to someone sitting in their car.
Depends on what they're doing.
Well, as everyone knows, you're invisible when you're inside that car, and no one can see you. So,
having covered the crime beat for several years for the Deseret News, I will tell you that you're not invisible, and there are things you're doing in there that are a crime.
Let's see. It says, looking for someone in a restaurant who is already there, but you don't know where they're sitting.
We've all done that.
See, I think I am getting old because none of this stuff embarrasses me anymore.
That's just you're just.
I used to be
looking
embarrassed to
around
wander through a restaurant and not have someone to sit with.
Okay.
I go to eat by myself now.
Okay, here's one. When your shoe makes the fart noise.
Again, that's like the chair.
Now, what's more embarrassing is the fact that I've stepped in dog crap and I don't know it. And then I'm like, what stinks?
Oh, it's me.
And then it turns out to be me. That's worse.
When your stomach growls.
Again, that happens to everybody.
But that's the point of the list, is that it happens to everybody and we're embarrassed.
I don't think stomach growling's not embarrassing unless it's like you're in I was in federal court once and very hungry. And so I was trying to eat something silently. That my stomach growling was very loud and you could hear it. So
there's more on this list, but I'll end with this one. Entering an elevator with a bunch of people and the whole time it's silent.
That one's not so bad.
Whole elevator.
It depends on the situation. If you're in your swimsuit.
Again, that's getting out of the pool, and
if you have to fart.
I'm not getting out of the pool, and those are my shoes.
My flip-flops are very noisy.
They're very noisy. They make that noise. That's normal.
Well, Amy, thank you so much for helping us out today. We always love having you, and I know some friends of the program know you from your sports reports you do on Mondays, but that's early in the morning. So usually this time of day, people haven't heard you.
So where can we get more Amy?
You can follow me on Twitter at 80 on Sports. I work for KSL Podcast Division, so you can sometimes you can hear me fill in on the radio over there. But usually subscribe to my podcast, Voices of Reason. I will have a new podcast coming out in September. I also did the Talking Cold podcast, which examined some of the issues raised in the Cold podcast, which both the Cold podcast and Talking Cold that's one of my favorite projects I've worked on.
Sue won't listen to the regular podcast. She'll listen to yours.
Well, I think the nice thing about both, I think it was a really compelling case. I had covered it. Because I had covered the prison and death row. So I had covered the Joyce Yost case a little bit, peripherally.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's a really fascinating case. I think Dave does a great job. Dave Cawley, who's the host of Cold and Cold Season 2. But we may go back and do that same Talking Cold on Season 1. And I am looking forward to it because I learned so much, great conversations. And what it's opened my eyes to is the amazing advocates out there who are doing really great work.
But again, thank you for coming in. We got to do the promo. Gina, ready?
Don't fret. It's only middle of the week. We still have Thursday's Radio from Hell show to do.
We kick things off with Geek News at 6:45, followed by Beat Gina at 7 a.m., and we have a prize that you don't want to miss.
Then at 8 a.m., Sean Means has his movie reviews for us. But just before that, it's another X96 Summer free tickets giveaway. So make sure your phones are ready.
Obviously, you don't want to miss Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. I think we're good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know Bill will be back tomorrow? And they were covered in spaghetti.
Get your dog on a leash.
Corey is next.